And just a reminder, you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Nelson.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I actually just have one follow-up or final question for you. When you were on the scene on May 25th of 2020, did you show any identifying yourself as a Minneapolis firefighter?
No, sir.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Thank you, sir.
You redirect.
Yes, sure. Good morning.
Good morning.
Just as a real quick follow-up to that point, did you have any ID with you at that point in time?
No, sir.
You were not on duty?
No, sir.
Okay. You were asked about seeing the fluid running down the street there, and you thought you considered whether it might be bodily fluids from Mr. Floyd, correct?
Correct.
If you knew that it wasn't bodily fluid from Mr. Floyd, would it have changed your assessment of his medical needs at that point in time?
No, sir. It's just something I noticed.
And your assessment of his medical condition at that time, did you believe he needed immediate medical attention?
Yes, sir.
You were asked about whether you could hear the officers talking. Did the officers ever, let me be more specific, other than Officer Tao, who you told us you spoke directly to, did the other three officers talk to you at all?
Not that I remember.
Did any of the officers tell you, hey, we've got an ambulance coming?
Not that I remember.
Did any of the officers tell you, hey, we got the fire department coming?
No.
You were asked a little bit about what you thought would be the typical response time for the fire department, because that's who you work for, correct?
Correct.
And you were being asked about something you really don't know about in terms of the fire department's response in this case.
Correct.
And you don't know anything about who called the ambulance or who called fire for this particular case.
Correct.
So the answers that you were giving, Mr. Nelson, were just sort of typical case.
Correct.
Yeah, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Anything further? All right. Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
Okay.
Your Honor, the state will call Christopher Martin to the stand.
Come on up here, sir. And if you could just stand there and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Have a seat. And we have various barriers and masks on, but we would ask if you're comfortable with doing so to take your mask off for testimony.
That's fine.
And if you could pull up a little bit to the microphone to make sure we can hear you. We're going to test that out by having you state your full name and spell each of your names.
Christopher Martin, CHRISTOPHER. Last name Martin, MARTIN.
Ms. Frank.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Martin, how old are you?
19.
And can you tell the jurors where you live? You don't have to give us your address, but just generally where you live.
In Bloomington, Minnesota.
Okay. And taking you back to May 25th of 2020, last year, where were you living at that time?
I was living above Cup Foods in the apartments on 38th Street, or Chicago.
Okay. And how long at that time had you been living there?
About 4 months.
And who did you live there with?
My mom and my sister.
So fair to say you were pretty familiar with the area of 38th in Chicago.
Yes.
And on that date, were you in school at the time?
No.
Okay. Did you go on to do some schooling after that?
No, I usually do school in the morning.
Okay. What do you mean by that?
So I went to my mentor's office, which is downtown Minneapolis, and I would do my school online, and then I would take the bus home.
And did you also have a job? Were you working at the time?
Yes, I worked at Cup Foods.
And was that a full-time, part-time?
It was a full-time job.
And so what kind of shifts did you pull there?
I usually work every day except for Wednesday and Sundays, 3 to 8 p.m. or close.
And so what kinds of things did you do at Cup Foods?
So I was a cashier, so I would either work in tobacco if someone would come in, or I could help, like if people wanted to buy things from the deli, then I would help them with that, or just like various snacks.
And so on May 25th of 2020, how long had you been working at Cup Foods by that day?
Probably about 2 months.
And can you just describe for the jurors, what is Cup Foods? What all can customers get there?
So there's actually a deli there, so you can order food. You can get wing combos, Italian beef, sandwiches. There's groceries there, there's toiletries there, and there's tobacco products there, and also there's phone products there as well. So.
And what do you mean by phone products?
So you could actually go, it's Metro PCS, I think. You can buy a phone, set up a plan, and it should be smooth.
Do they also, or does Cup Foods, did they have people that could like fix and repair phones and
Yes.
computers? So they did a lot there at Cup Foods.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. And didn't I promise you I would tell you to
You did.
fix that? Yeah. And so fairly busy store in May of 2020?
Yes.
Get a lot of customers?
Yes.
So the part that sold tobacco, was that separated from the rest of the store somehow?
Yes. So when you first walk in, there's a door. There's a door to your left. If you open that door, that's where you go in and you can get food or snacks or toiletries, as I explained. Or if you go to the right door, or kind of just straight in front of you, that's where the tobacco is.
So is the tobacco part sectioned off from the
Yes.
rest of the store?
Basically.
And so you would work both places, the tobacco area and the regular?
Yes.
And so going to May 25th of 2020, were you working on that day?
Yes.
And that's the date that the incident occurred that brings you to court today, correct?
Yes.
Was your shift 3 to 8 that day?
Yes. 3 to close, yes.
So the store closed at 8?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Sorry.
That's all right. And so when you are working, well, let's look at that day. Generally, how many coworkers did you have working with you that day?
About 4 to 5, with at least one manager present.
And so let's go to approximately 7:45 p.m. You were working. Did you have a customer came into the store that you know now is Mr. Floyd?
Yes.
Did you know him before he came into the store?
I did not.
Had you ever seen him before in the store?
No.
And what was it about him that sort of gave you notice?
Probably just his size. I could tell that he was big, so I noticed. Other than that, I just saw him as another customer that was coming to the
So
store.
you said it was his size?
Yeah.
He's a tall guy.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry
And
about that.
yeah, did you actually interact with him in the store?
I did have one conversation with him.
And just not what was said, but what was the conversation generally about?
It was about, I asked him if he played football, or no, I asked him if he played baseball, and he said he played football.
And when you were, communicating with him, can you describe for the jurors, generally what his demeanor was like? What was his condition like?
So when I had asked him if he played baseball, he went on to respond to that, but it kind of took him a little long to get to what he was trying to say, so it would appear that he was high.
So you just had some signs that you thought he was under the influence of something?
Yes.
All right. But were you able to carry on at least some conversation with him?
Yes.
And did you eventually sell him something?
Yes.
And that was what?
The cigarettes.
Okay. And that was sort of later after he was in the store?
That was later on.
Yeah.
The conversation that we had, he didn't purchase anything.
Right. But later when he purchased things from you, you were able to understand what he was buying?
Yes.
When he was in the store, well, I was going to ask you for how long he was in the store. Was it a quick time or was he in there for a little bit?
He was in there for a little bit. I think he came in to make some repairs on his phone, so he might have had to wait in line, and then...
And well, let me ask it this way. At Cup Foods, you're aware that there are security cameras inside, correct?
Yes.
And one of those security cameras is in the back of the store and faces towards the front, correct?
Yes.
And that will capture the employees and the counter where the cashiers are, correct?
Yes.
And prior to coming into court, we showed you a video or a couple videos of the time that Mr. Floyd was in the store.
Yes.
And that is, well, when you saw that, did you recognize that as a fair and accurate representation of the time that he was in the store?
Yes.
I'm going to offer Exhibit 29.
No objection.
29 is received.
Okay, and then Mr. Martin, we're going to play that for you now, and there is no audio on this, correct? It's just video. Is that right?
Yes.
And so we're just going to sit and watch it, and then I'll have some questions after the video shows, okay? Now, I'm going to pause this just for a moment right here, okay? Well, let's see if it can you click forward just a few more frames, please? Let's just keep going here for a little bit. All right, stop it right there, please. Thank you. Now, a couple things, and just for the record, the timestamp on the video currently is 7:34:57. But, Mr. Martin, you don't know if that timestamp is the actual correct time that this was being taken, do you?
I do not.
All right. And there will be ways that we can deal with that later, but you're not, well, I think you've answered my question. So if you would, in this photograph, describe for the jurors, kind of what we're seeing here in the layout of the store. And one of the things I want to let you know is in front of you, there should be a stylus like this, okay? And if you take it and see how you can draw right on the screen? So if you would, as you're just telling the jurors kind of the layout of the store, maybe just mark the screen when you're talking about the different areas of the store, okay?
Okay. So when you enter here, the next door will be right here. This is where tobacco is. So that's kind of how it's closed off. And then if you take a left here, there's a door here, and then these are all the snacks. This is where the deli is located, kind of like tucked off here. Right here is just kind of like my manager's space, usually where they are, kind of watching to see who comes in and out. And then back here, you can't really see it, but that's usually where most of the people are that can help you with your phone. And then right here in the front is just mainly where I sit all day when I work cashier.
All right. And then, Your Honor, I think you can clear the screen in one fell swoop, right? Please? Thank you. And so when we're looking, I'm going to have you identify this individual here.
George Floyd?
Okay, that's Mr. Floyd, who you'd had the conversation with?
Correct.
All right. And then this individual right in here, who's that?
That's me.
All right. And then these other three individuals are coworkers?
Yes.
All right. And so is this the area, when you're cashiering that you work?
Yes.
All right. Except when it's tobacco and that's over back here?
Yes.
All right. Okay, and then we can let it run. Thank you. Now I'm going to pause right here for another moment, please. You see there's an individual sitting here.
Yes.
You don't have to give us his name, but is he a coworker as well?
Yes.
All right. And so it looks like even just in this frame, at least 4 coworkers, correct?
Yes.
Now, would there be a manager on duty at this time as well?
Yes.
And where would the manager be?
He would be tucked off here in the corner of the store. So it's just like right in the corner. Usually behind his computer working, and then when people needed help, he would pop out and help.
Okay. All right, then let's continue. Thank you. I'm going to stop right here for a moment, please. Mr. Martin, do you see where you are? And just for the record, we stopped at 73728. Do you see where you are in the store right now?
Yes.
And what's that location?
The tobacco section of the store.
So that's where you go to sell cigarettes to people
Yes.
and other tobacco products, I suppose.
Yes.
All right. And then we can continue, please. And while we're watching this, Mr. Martin, can you tell us, looks like windows on the far wall, correct?
Yes.
And what street is outside of those windows?
38.
Is that actually Chicago outside?
Oh, Chicago, sorry. Were you talking about the ones in front?
Right.
Yes.
The one where the bus is right now.
Yes. That's 38. Sorry about that.
Well, is that actually Chicago out in front of the store?
Yes, sorry, Chicago.
Okay. I'm going to stop you here if we could, please. And for the record, this is at 7:39:09. You see an individual has just walked into the frame, correct? This individual here?
Yes.
And again, you don't have to give us his name, but who is that?
That is the manager.
Okay. So he has come out from the manager area of the store?
Yes.
All right. We can continue then, please. Now, if we could pause here for a moment, please. And again, for the record, this is 7:39:28. We see that Mr. Floyd has sort of walked off the screen, correct?
Yes.
And so what area of the store is that where he has walked to?
The cell phone area.
All right. And then if we can continue. Mr. Martin, then at some point does Mr. Floyd make his way to the tobacco counter to make a purchase with you?
Yes.
All right. So we'll see that coming up here in a minute or two. Mr. Martin, let me pause this right here. For the record, 7:44:36. We see now you standing at the cashier area and seems to be speaking with Mr. Floyd, correct?
Correct.
And were you able to understand the conversation with him at that point?
Yes.
And okay, so let's keep rolling then, please. Now let's stop here for the record at 7:44:49. Where are you now with Mr. Floyd?
In the tobacco section of the store.
And did you in fact sell him something there?
I did.
Do you recall what it was that you sold to him?
A pack of cigarettes.
All right. We saw you reach over to your left. Is that where the cigarettes are stored?
Yes.
And so had he already told you at that point what he wanted?
Yes.
And so you didn't have any difficulty understanding what he wanted to buy from you?
No.
And then did you complete that transaction?
Yes.
And after that, what did Mr. Floyd do?
He then went back outside to his vehicle.
All right. So we'll let this run then to its end. Now, if I'm going to freeze it here, I'm sorry, I said I was going to let it run, but we saw you holding something up. Can you describe, and again for the record, this is 7:45:10, describe for the jurors what you were doing there.
I was holding up the $20 bill that I just received.
And is that something you always do, or something about this?
No, when I saw the bill, I noticed that it had a blue pigment to it, kind of how a $100 bill will have, and I found that odd, so I assumed that it was fake.
Okay. But Mr. Floyd is still there, correct?
Yes.
And you completed the transaction?
Yes.
All right. And then upon doing that, did he leave the store?
Yes.
All right, so now let's let that run, please. So after you looked at the bill, though, he didn't leave immediately, did he?
No.
All right, so that is the end of Exhibit 29. I believe the time there is 7:45:51, correct? Well, I'm asking you, but you saw that on the timestamp on there.
Correct. So
we could look at other video to determine if that time is correct. That's the time he left the store on this video.
Yes.
All right. After he left, did you look at the bill again?
I did.
All right. At the time that you were working on May 25th of 2020, what was the store policy about cashiers accepting $20 bills?
The policy was that if you took a counterfeit bill, you would have to pay for it out of your money or your paycheck.
And it gives you an incentive to be careful about what you take.
Yes.
All right. So did you think that bill might not be legitimate?
I did.
So what did you decide to do?
I took it anyways, and I was planning to just put it on my tab until I second guessed myself. And as you can see in the video, I kept examining it, and then I eventually told my manager.
All right. And when you told your manager, what happened next? What were you told to do?
He told us to go out to the vehicle and to ask him to come inside to discuss what just happened.
And when you say vehicle, what are you referring to?
The car or the SUV, I think, that George Floyd was in.
How did you know that?
I could see it from where I was standing in Tobacco from the store.
So we know from the video that those windows we could see where that bus was, that's actually Chicago, correct?
Yes.
38th runs along the back side of that store.
Yes.
Is there a way to look then out onto 38th from the store?
Yes.
And I guess what I'm questioning is, how did you know he was in that vehicle?
I watched him walk to it.
Pretty good way to know.
Yes.
And so you saw him go out to that vehicle after he made this purchase.
Yes.
All right. And so your manager, what were your instructions?
Just to go out to the vehicle and ask him to come inside to talk to the manager.
And did you in fact do that?
Yes.
All right. When you went out there, let me ask you this: how many times did you go out there?
Twice.
So let's talk about the first time that you went out there. Did you go by yourself or with some other people?
The first time I went with one other person.
All right. And you are aware that there is a security video on the restaurant across the street, correct?
Yes.
That's the Dragon Walk was the restaurant?
Yes.
And prior to coming to court, we showed you some security video that captured you and other employees going out to the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And that also shows, we also use some of the footage from inside the store to show when you guys leave the store to go out there. Is that correct?
Yes.
And having reviewed that video, does it all fairly and accurately depict the times that you and other employees went out to the SUV about the bill?
Yes.
Now, we are going to offer Exhibit 31.
And no objection. 31 was received.
And again, Mr. Martin.
Okay. We're going to hold on.
Let's just take a quick stretch break. Why don't we take 5 minutes?
test, so if you all want to head back. Can you get the door? Yep. We have a deputy in the hallway.
right, sir, just a reminder, you're still under oath. And I believe we were dealing with Exhibit 31.
Correct, Your Honor, and just for the record, if I did already offer Exhibit 31, I will just for the record re-offer Exhibit 31.
No objection,
All right, 31 is received. Do you wish for it to be published?
Yes, Your Honor. And Mr. Martin, what I'm going to do now is start playing Exhibit 31. And just like the previous video, at some points we'll just stop and I'll ask you some questions about it, all right?
Okay.
So for the record, this is starting at about 7:55, and I think 46 seconds roughly on the timestamp on the video, correct? Now I'm going to pause it right here because the first part that we watched showed you and somebody walking out of the store, correct?
Yes.
And that portion of the video is from the security camera inside the store, correct?
Yes.
And so the person that you were walking out with, and again, you don't have to give us his name, but it was a coworker?
Yes.
All right. And so now we're looking at a separate camera angle from outside the store, correct?
Yes.
And this timestamp, obviously different than the previous one because this shows 2019-12, correct?
Correct.
And do you recognize what area is depicted in this video as we're looking at it right now?
This is 38th Street and the side of Cup Foods.
And if you want to use the stylus too, just kind of point out, the door of Cup Foods and 38th in Chicago. So that's the door, correct?
Correct.
And then
Correct.
which street is 38th, just so we're clear? Okay. And Chicago then is the other street depicted, right?
Correct.
And is the counter where you sell the tobacco products visible in this image?
Correct.
And where is that? And so for the record, you've drawn a small line sort of on the window on the side of Cup Foods, right?
Correct.
And so when you told the jurors earlier that you were able to look out and see where Mr. Floyd went, did you use that window to look out and see that?
Correct.
All right. And so then let's, Your Honor, if you could clear the screen, please. Thank you. And then we will roll this video here for a little bit. Now I'm going to stop it here. And so can you tell the jurors then when you crossed the road and went to this vehicle, obviously the video shows you approaching the passenger side, correct?
Correct.
And why did you approach the passenger side?
Well, I didn't want to stand on the driver's seat side because that's where George was, but there's also oncoming traffic that I wouldn't be able to see, so I chose to go around.
Okay. Why didn't you want to go to the side where Mr. Floyd was?
Because of the oncoming traffic
Okay.
in the
So
street.
it wasn't about Mr. Floyd, it was the traffic.
Yes.
All right. And so we see you then here sort of behind your coworker. And tell us about then, did you have a conversation with the occupants of the car?
Sort of. I notified them that they needed to come back into the store and that the bill was fake and that my boss wanted to talk to them. To George, actually. Sorry, not to both of them, just to George.
And so when you approached the car from the passenger side, did you see how many people were in the car?
3.
And where were the 3 people in the car?
George was in the driver's seat. His friend was in the passenger seat, and there was a woman in the back seat in the middle, or possibly on the right back behind the passenger.
And so, had you seen any of those individuals before that day?
No,
Had you seen them in the store earlier?
just the male.
And when you had this conversation at the vehicle, who were you talking to?
The person that George was with.
So the guy in the the front
Correct.
passenger? And did you make any observations at that time of Mr. Floyd?
Correct.
What did you see regarding Mr. Floyd?
He just seemed like he didn't like want this to happen. Like he was just kind of like, oh, like why is it happening, sort of thing.
Did he seem awake?
Yes.
And did he talk to you at all?
Not really. He just kind of shook his head.
And the passenger in the front passenger seat, did he talk to you at all?
Correct.
And I want you to tell us what he said, but the end result, did they agree to come into the store?
No.
When you were there at the vehicle, who did you do most of the talking to?
The person in the passenger seat.
And did you think that you were talking loud enough for the other people in the vehicle to hear you?
Correct.
And so then after that conversation, what did you do after that?
I went back inside with my coworker.
And when you got back inside the store, what did you do?
I told my manager that he did not want to come into the store.
And did you get some further direction then from your manager?
Correct.
And what was that?
Go back outside again and tell him to come inside the store so we can talk to him.
All right, so try it again, in other words.
Correct.
And then for that second trip, did you go with some different, some other coworkers?
Correct.
All right, so what I'm going to do now is start Exhibit 31 up again, and we'll watch that process, okay? So now I'm going to stop Exhibit 31 here briefly because the image has changed, correct?
Correct.
And now this video is of the inside of Cup Foods again, correct?
Correct.
And so we'll see here that you come in, and this is when you had the conversation with your manager about the first trip.
Correct.
All right, so let's let 31 run again, please. Now if we can stop here for a moment, and the timestamp reflects 7:57:56. You've kind of walked off screen, correct?
Correct.
And what was going on at this point in time?
I think that was the conversation I had with my manager when I was saying that he did not want to come inside, but I'd offer to pay, but he said no, just tell him to come back inside.
So did you tell your manager you would just take care of the 20?
I believe so. I did.
And but he directed you then to go back to the vehicle again.
Correct.
Now we saw you go out on the first trip with another individual, another employee,
Correct.
and he did not come back into the store, did he?
No, he left.
And so when you were told by the manager to go out a second time, did you take some other coworkers with you?
Correct.
Whose idea was that?
I'm not sure.
Okay. All right, so let's run Exhibit 31 again, please. So let's pause the video right here if we could, please. And for the record, now we're back outside again, correct?
Correct.
And the record should reflect that we paused at 20:21:43. So we see that two other individuals coming out before you, correct? And there's appears to be a woman in a black jacket, correct?
Correct.
And is she a coworker, or was she at the time?
Correct.
Had she worked there longer than you?
Correct.
And the other individual has a white T-shirt on. Had he worked there longer than you?
Correct.
And is he actually related to the owners of the store?
Correct.
And so they were out ahead of you at this point, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you had to sort of jog to keep up with them, didn't you?
Correct.
And all right, so let's run 31 then. Now let's pause here just for a moment, please. The record should reflect we're at 20:22:15 as the timestamp when we paused it. The individual in the white T-shirt initially went up to the driver's side, correct?
Correct.
And we see you standing here behind the SUV, correct?
Correct.
And eventually the individual in the white T-shirt went around to the passenger side door, which was open.
Correct.
And were you able to hear the conversation that the guy in the white T-shirt was having with the occupants of the vehicle?
At this point in time, I was not able to hear.
So then let's run the video some more, please. All right, now we see, if we can pause here, please. This is 20:22:21. You walked up to the passenger side of the SUV, correct?
Correct.
So at this point, were you able to hear the conversations that the individual in the white T-shirt was having with the occupants?
Correct.
And were you also able to hear what the occupants of the vehicle were saying and doing?
Correct.
And can you describe for the jurors then what occurred during this period at the SUV?
So in the second time we went out, the person in the passenger seat was doing most of the talking. We were telling him, just come inside, we just want to talk to George. And the person in the passenger seat was saying how, that's not me, like, I tried to use a fake bill and you put me on game, so I ripped it. And that'll happen in the video because he also tried to use a fake bill that I did not let him use, and then he ripped it and he put it on the ground there. So he was just explaining like what had happened.
And so just to be clear, you said the passenger seat, you're talking about the front passenger seat.
Correct.
And at that time, did you have any interaction with Mr. Floyd directly?
I do not recall.
All right. So let's run Exhibit 31 a little bit. Now I'm going to pause it here real quickly, please. And for the record, it's 20:22:34. We saw the individual in the white T-shirt sort of bend over and pick something up. Can you tell the jury what was happening there?
He was picking up the fake bill that the individual in the passenger seat tried to use.
Okay. And you referenced earlier one that was torn in half.
Correct.
Is that the bill that was torn in half?
Correct.
All right. And let's keep running 31 then, please. I'm going to ask to pause it right here, please. The timestamp reflects 20:23:35. It appears the two of you are now walking away from the SUV, correct?
Correct.
So during those preceding moments, it appears that the two of you are talking with at least some occupants of the vehicle.
Correct.
And did you have any conversations with Mr. Floyd, or was it just the front seat passengers?
Just the front seat passenger.
Were you able to see Mr. Floyd at all during that interaction?
Correct.
What did you see about him?
As I said earlier, he was just kind of shaking his head and putting his hands in the air, like kind of like, why is this happening to me? Like, I don't want this to happen, sort of thing.
And so he appeared to be awake?
Correct.
And so what was the end result of that conversation?
George Floyd did not choose to come into the store.
Neither did the passenger front.
Correct.
Right. And so then let's watch Exhibit 31 run here, please. All right, so at the end of that video shows you and the other individual entering back into the store, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you got back into the store, what did you do about the 2 trips out to the vehicle?
We told our manager that he still refused to come into the store.
And do you know what the manager decided to do about that?
He instructed one of my coworkers to call the police.
And so did you know if that happened?
Correct.
That somebody did call the police?
Correct.
Was it you who called the police about it?
No.
Was it another coworker?
Correct.
And did you ask the coworker to make the call?
No.
And were you present when he made the call?
Correct.
So you were there next to him or something?
Correct.
And so at some point, did the police respond to the store?
Correct.
And when they responded, did you see the officers actually come into the store?
I do not recall.
All right. Did they deal with you when they came to the store?
No.
Do you know who they dealt with?
They went and talked to my manager.
And you were not involved in the conversations with the officers at all at that time?
No.
So what did you do?
I was still working cashier.
Just went about your business?
Correct.
And as you did that, as you continued working, did you notice a commotion out in front of the store?
Correct.
Do you recall what it was that sort of first drew your attention out there?
I just saw a few people at first, and then the crowd grew larger, and pretty soon the store was empty as well, so there was no one that I needed to help inside the store, so then I proceeded to go outside, see what was happening.
When you saw this crowd gathering, where was the crowd?
It was right where the bus stop is on Chicago,
So kind of right in front
or a
of the
little to the left.
Right in front of the store?
10 paces.
I'm sorry, I spoke over you.
Sorry, I was just saying it was just 10 paces to the left of the bus stop.
All right. And so the bus stop, as you're looking out from the store? Does that make sense?
Correct.
Okay. And so did you, in fact, decide to go out and look into what the crowd was gathering for?
Correct.
And when you went out there, what did you see?
I saw people yelling and screaming. I saw Derek with his knee on George's neck on the ground.
So let me back up just a little bit. Now, you say Derek, do you mean Mr. Chauvin?
Correct.
Now, did you know who that person was at the time?
No.
So you've just learned his name since then.
Correct.
So was that person wearing a police uniform?
Correct.
And where did you see that individual?
On top of George Floyd.
And you didn't, well, other than seeing Mr. Floyd that day, you did not know him before then, correct?
Correct.
Did you recognize him as the person who had been in the store earlier
Correct.
and the person that you had tried to talk to in the SUV?
Correct.
And did you see any other officers in the area?
I saw, I think his name is Officer Tao.
Where did you see him?
He was in front of the crowd, kind of telling people to stand back.
And do you remember about how many people were in the crowd?
Probably about several.
And when they were, well, what did you see the officer on Mr. Floyd? What was the relation of their two bodies? What was happening there?
George was motionless, limp, and Chauvin seemed he was in a resting state, meaning like he just rested his knee on his neck.
And what did you do when you saw that?
I pulled my phone out first and I called my mom and told her not to come downstairs, and then I started recording.
And did you make a recording?
Correct.
Did you keep that recording?
No.
Why not?
Later on that night, I deleted it because when they picked George up off of the ground, the ambulance went straight on 38th instead of going straight on Chicago. And if you live in South Minneapolis, the easiest way to get to the hospital would have been straight on Chicago. So that to me kind of made it like clear that he was no longer with us.
So you thought he had died?
Correct.
Not quite sure why that would, make you delete the video.
Oh, I just didn't want to have to show it to anyone or be questioned about it.
And so after you called your mom, you started taking a video, what did you do after that?
I was recording until one of my coworkers was pushed by an officer.
And so what had you seen the coworker do right before the push?
He was yelling at the officer, kind of how the other people in the crowd were doing, and asking them to check his pulse, if he's breathing, see if he's okay, kind of thing.
So did he leave the sidewalk, the curb area, and go onto the road?
Correct.
Okay. How far?
I do not recall.
This coworker of yours that got pushed, do you know how old he was that day?
I do not recall.
Is he older or younger than you?
Younger.
So, a teenager.
Correct.
And after he got pushed, did you see what happened to him or what became of him?
Yes. My other coworker just like grabbed him up and brought him inside.
So removed him from the scene?
Correct.
And prior to coming into court, did we show you a security video from Cup Foods that shows that area?
Correct.
And that area while you were out there?
Correct.
And did that appear to depict truly and accurately the time period during which you were out there during this incident?
Correct.
And Your Honor, I'd offer then what we've marked as Exhibit 33.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
33 is received.
All right, so now I'm going to start showing Exhibit 33, and we may pause this like we had done the other videos, all right? I'm going to pause it right here for a moment. You recognize this scene,
Correct.
and this is you in the foreground, right?
Correct.
And what were you doing right at that moment?
That was when I was calling my mom to tell her not to come down the stairs.
And if she were to come down the stairs from, this is where you were living, correct?
Correct.
Is the door she would have come out, would that have been in this scene?
Correct.
Can you take that stylus and just show where that door would be?
It would swing open right here.
So if she had come down, she'd have come right into this scene, correct?
Correct.
And then you talked about a coworker who was younger than you who came out. Is that the individual in the white t-shirt?
Correct.
All right. And, okay, so then we will continue to run Exhibit 33, please. I'm going to pause it right here, please. For the record, this is 8/28/34. And can you describe for the jurors what you're doing at this moment?
I was recording the scene.
So this, you had walked farther over towards the scene,
Correct.
and really by the door where your mom would have come out if she had come out.
Correct.
And the individual in the white T-shirt, he had stepped off the curb into the street here, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so then let's continue to run Exhibit 33, please. And we're going to pause right there, please, at 8/28/41. Is that the moment you were talking about when your coworker got pushed?
Correct.
And did you see it all anywhere in there where he touched the police officer?
No.
And so then you are now standing around behind that group of people, correct?
Correct.
Did you know anybody in that crowd?
My two coworkers.
All right. So right now, if you could just put like a line or a dot on where your two coworkers are. And both of those are individuals who went out during the second trip to the SUV, correct?
Correct.
And did you know any of the other people there in the crowd at the time?
Not at the time.
Okay. Did you know Miss Funari?
I think. Yes.
Do you know Alyssa Funari?
Yes.
And was she there at the time?
Correct.
Do you see where she is now?
Correct.
All right. And how did you know her?
Just through school.
And all right, so then let's continue to run Exhibit 33, please. I'm going to stop right here, please. Can you describe for the jurors and what we're seeing, what's going on there in that segment of the video?
That was when one of the coworkers kind of grabbed up the other coworker and brought him back inside, and I was just yelling like, "Chill out, chill out, chill out."
And so when his coworkers came to get the young man in the white T-shirt, he went with them back into the store.
Correct.
And you were following them?
Correct.
All right, so let's continue to run 33 then. Now I'm going to pause here for a moment, please. For the record, 8/29/04. Can you tell the jurors what happened, what you were doing here, I guess?
At this point, I think I was just kind of emotional, and I went to the African American that was standing there in the curb, and I was just like they're not gonna help him. This is what we have to deal with. So.
Okay.
Sustained.
Yeah,
He'll be stricken.
That's fine. So you had a conversation with another person standing there.
Correct.
And when you walked up there, we saw just before I stopped it, there was a young girl there in a green shirt. Did you see her when you were walking up there?
Correct.
You remember seeing her in the store earlier?
Correct.
Did you know who she was?
No.
And do you remember being the cashier when she was in the store earlier?
Correct.
And then can we continue to run Exhibit 33, please? I'm going to pause here for a moment. The record should reflect 8/29/55. We saw you standing there with your hands on your head for a while, correct?
Correct.
What was going through your mind during that time period?
Disbelief and guilt.
Okay. Why guilt?
If I would have just not taken the bill, this could have been avoided.
We also saw another individual get pushed by an officer, correct?
Correct.
And what did you do after that happened?
I was just trying to calm him down, tell him to stand back.
So, and all right, so let's continue running 33 then, please. Who are you talking to there, Mr. Arndt?
My mom.
Okay, so that takes us to the end of Exhibit 33. You were going back into the store.
Correct.
And so then did you just continue to work your shift?
Correct.
And so did you continue to work at Cup Foods as long as you could?
No.
Why not?
I didn't feel safe.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here today. You testified that you currently are 20 years old.
19.
19. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. And at the time, you were both living and working at Cup Foods, right? Or in the apartments above, you were living and working there.
Correct.
All right. And you testified that you had worked there for about a month and a half to 2 months before this incident?
4 months.
4 months. Okay. You would agree that you've made a few statements in connection with this case?
Correct.
You were first interviewed by agents of the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension and FBI back on September 10th of last year. Do you recall that?
Correct.
And then you have had another meeting as of March 12th with the prosecutors and other agents of the BCA, right?
Correct.
And you understand that those statements were recorded,
Correct.
and you understand that we've been provided with transcripts.
Correct.
Have you had an opportunity to review your statements prior to coming into court?
Yes.
All right. And you had an opportunity to review your transcript?
Correct.
All right. So I just kind of want to walk through again. We've now watched a few videos from both inside the store, outside the store, and from a neighboring business. Agreed?
Correct.
And you've had an opportunity to address some things that happened inside the store, outside the store, throughout the whole incident, right?
Correct.
All right. So you were working, your shift you said started at about 3 p.m. that day?
Correct.
And this incident ultimately was around the 7:30 to 8 o'clock hour, right?
Correct.
And you, video, when we were watching the first video, you and your coworkers seemed to get along quite well.
Correct.
Talking, laughing, having fun, interacting with customers, things of that nature.
Correct.
And the store is sort of like a one-stop kind of a store, right? You can do a lot of things in the store.
Correct.
They've got a deli, you said. You've got cell phone service, cell phone repair, snacks, and then there's the separate tobacco area, right?
Correct.
Now, in the store, is there, where we see you behind the counter, is there an entrance for employees into the tobacco area that you go through?
Could you ask the question again, please?
Sure. So I understand when a customer comes into Cup Foods, there are essentially two doors that they can go through, right?
Correct.
One of them on the right-hand side is the tobacco shop, right?
Correct.
And the one on the left-hand side is the convenience store, or the general store, right?
Correct.
All right. And the tobacco shop is separate because you have to be a certain age to go into the store, right?
Correct.
You have to be 21, right?
No.
18?
To buy products or to simply go into the store?
To go in. No, to go into the tobacco portion.
I'm not sure there's an age requirement. People came in no matter how old they were.
All right. Is within the store, is there a partition or some sort of glass that inside the store separates the tobacco area from the convenience store?
Correct.
And so my question is where you stand, like, do you have to walk out through the convenience store door and go into the tobacco store door, or is there a separate entrance where you can get into the tobacco portion?
From where are you starting?
If you were the cashier there, right?
Oh, you can just walk over to the tobacco section. You don't have to go all the way around.
Right.
If that's
Okay.
what you meant.
That's what I meant.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I may have not been articulating that as well.
Yeah, no worries. That's
All right.
my fault.
And you were in the store and you observed a person who you later learned was George Floyd come into the store.
Correct.
And you ultimately assisted him in the store.
Correct.
And he was in the store, and the person that you observed in the front passenger seat was also in the videos we just watched, right?
Correct.
He had on a pair of red sweatpants and a white t-shirt, I believe.
Correct.
All right. And did you have any interactions with him while you were in the store?
Correct.
I believe you said that he had also attempted to use a counterfeit bill,
Correct.
but you stopped him.
Correct.
Did that happen before or after your interaction with Mr. Floyd?
Before.
All right. And so when he handed you that bill, you knew that bill was a fraud.
Correct.
And you immediately kind of said, hey, I'm not taking this bill.
Correct.
Right? You knew the store policy at that time, right?
Correct.
And the store policy being if you took a counterfeit bill, that became your responsibility.
Correct.
And so it would get deducted from your paycheck, in other words.
Correct.
And you have some sort of like store tab where you could buy merchandise yourself at the store or services, and it would get deducted from your salary.
Correct.
All right. And so that interaction with that other individual, approximately, was it earlier in the day? Was it, a few minutes before you interacted with Mr. Floyd? How long before did that happen?
Earlier in the day.
All right. So both Mr. Floyd and that individual had been in the store earlier in the day as well, right?
Correct.
And was that an hour, 2 hours? Do you recall?
I do not recall.
All right. And but you remembered him when he came back in the store later in the afternoon.
Correct.
You remembered he was the guy that had tried to hand you a counterfeit bill from earlier.
Correct.
He hadn't changed his clothes, didn't look any different.
I don't think so.
Okay. And so when Mr. Floyd and this other individual came back in the store, we observed kind of him walking around the store, right?
Correct.
And you were helping other customers, you were talking to your coworkers. It's fair to say you weren't paying a lot of attention to what Mr. Floyd was doing at all times he was in the store.
Correct.
But now that you've had an opportunity to see the video, you get to see some of his other interactions and things of that nature, right?
Correct.
Now, there were other customers in the store. The store's a pretty busy store, right?
Correct.
And your manager that you talked to, did you notice that he had what appeared to be a pistol in his?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know him to carry a firearm at the store?
Correct.
And when you watched the video, did you see Mr. Floyd sort of do some little dance at one point?
No.
Okay, we'll come back. But you didn't observe that when he was in the store?
No.
All right. And if it's on the video, it would be on the video, right?
Correct.
All right. Again, so at some point, Mr. Floyd appeared to purchase some food as well, right?
Correct.
That being a banana, it looked like in the video.
Correct.
Did you sell him the banana?
I do not recall.
Okay. When he handed you that $20 bill, you testified that you immediately knew it was a fake.
Correct.
Did it appear to be the same type of fake, or maybe even the same counterfeit bill that you had refused earlier in the day?
Correct. It did appear to be similar.
All right. And you took that bill and you held it up and you kind of looked at it through the light, right?
Correct.
What were you looking for?
That's a good question. I have no idea.
Right.
I was just looking at it.
all
I
right.
don't know.
But you immediately recognized it to be a counterfeit bill.
Correct.
And, you know, some bills have like a metal or some sort of a stripe through it. Could you have been looking for something like that?
I'll be honest, I don't know what I was looking for. I just knew it was fake.
You could tell based on the texture of the bill?
And the color of it, as I stated earlier.
Yep.
It had a blue pigment.
So, and you had a pleasant interaction with Mr. Floyd.
Correct.
You were asking him about sports and things of that nature, right?
Correct.
And you formed the opinion that Mr. Floyd was under the influence of something.
Correct.
And you base that on sort of, I think you said, a delay in his speech and response, right?
Correct.
So you were unlike a conversation that we may be having right now, that's rapid, and if you asked him a question, there would be much more of a slowed or delayed response.
Correct.
And I believe in your interviews you also indicated that he was having some trouble with certain words.
Correct. He was trying to form the words.
Right. So he was delayed in his speech, and you believed him to be under the influence of something.
Correct.
All right. And you were present when your coworker called 911?
Correct.
And do you recall him telling 911 that he appeared to be under the influence?
Correct.
And you had also had, by the time 911 was called, you had had two other interactions with Mr. Floyd outside of the car.
Correct.
All right. And so you made the decision after Mr. Floyd handed you this counterfeit $20 bill that you weren't going to call him out on it like you did with the earlier bill.
Correct.
And was that in part because you felt maybe he's under the influence?
Partially. The other person that had come in, it kind of seemed like he was trying to scheme, like he knew it was a fake bill and he was trying to get over. I thought that George didn't really know that it was a fake bill, so I thought I'd be doing him a favor.
Okay, trying to help him out. And could you have, I'm just asking generally, could you have just let it kind of go and then told your manager later, hey, put it on my tab?
Correct.
And but you made the decision to talk to your manager, show him the bill, and your manager instructed you to go talk to Mr. Floyd and his friend out in the car.
Correct.
So when you went out to the car the first time with your first coworker, you had a relatively short conversation with him, right?
Correct.
And you went to the passenger side of the vehicle, and the person in the red pants and the white t-shirt, that was the same person that had previously tried to pass the fake $20 bill.
Correct.
And you were encouraging them to come into the store.
Correct.
You were kind of saying, you got to come in, you paid with the fake bill, we got to deal with this, right?
Correct.
You specifically told them that he had used a counterfeit bill.
Correct.
and that they needed to come in and either pay for the cigarettes or
Talk to my manager.
talk to the manager, right?
Correct.
Okay. And how would you describe the general tenor of that conversation? What I mean by that is, was it pleasant or was it more aggressive?
It was pleasant. It wasn't in any way, shape, or form aggressive. It was just pretty annoying.
Yeah, just come on in, guys. It was your first attempt to kind of say, hey, come on in, guys. You got to deal with this, right?
Correct.
And you were trying to be polite to these gentlemen,
Correct.
right? And you then had that conversation. And during that first conversation, you said that Mr. Floyd was not really speaking to you, right?
No.
And you said that he was kind of putting his hands up and putting his head back and things of that nature, right?
Correct.
And you then went back into the store, talked to your manager again, and told him they were not agreeable to coming into the store.
Correct.
And the second time you left the store, you were sort of following the other coworkers, agreed?
Correct.
And you would agree that that video sort of showed the three of you almost run out of the store.
Correct.
And you wanted to get them before they drove away, right? Or why would you run the second time?
Correct.
I mean, so they didn't drive away, or for some
Sure.
other reason?
Correct.
Now, in terms of the second exchange at the vehicle, the coworker went to the driver's side at first, right?
Correct.
And you stayed back a little bit, right?
Correct.
And then you brought back up to the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And you heard what was the conversation, you heard what was being said, both by the passenger of the vehicle as well as your coworker.
Correct.
You indicated that the passenger pulled out the other $20 bill, right?
He picked it up off the ground
Why was it on the ground?
because he threw it on the ground.
The bill that Mr. Floyd used, was that still in the store?
Correct.
And so this other $20 bill was he threw it on the ground, right?
Correct.
Your coworker picks it up, and who ripped it?
The person that was in the passenger seat.
Or he handed it, your coworker handed it back to him or something? Or did he rip it and then throw it on the ground?
The person in the passenger seat ripped the bill, threw it on the ground. The bell was talking to him, and the person picked it up, and it's in a bell.
Okay. And again, this conversation was primarily with the passenger of the vehicle.
Correct.
And there was a female in the back seat of the car.
Correct.
Was she engaged in the conversation at all either?
No.
All right. So, and Mr. Floyd, again, he was not really part of the conversation at that point either.
Not really.
He didn't say, you don't remember him saying anything?
I would say I do not recall.
Okay. But again, you described his behavior, I think, as kind of just shaking his head, putting his hands up, putting his head back, things of that nature, right?
Correct.
The second conversation, was the demeanor or the tenor of that conversation more heated?
Yes.
And there was an outright refusal by either Mr. Floyd or his passenger to come back into the store.
Correct.
And it was based on that conversation that you decided or it was decided by your manager to call 911.
Correct.
And again, you were present and heard the 911 call.
Correct.
Now, in your initial conversation with agents, when they were asking you about approaching the vehicle, do you recall describing it as a hot block?
Correct.
What does that mean?
A lot of situations happen.
And do you recall describing your conversation and the words that Mr. Floyd was having trouble saying?
Correct.
Do you remember now today what words Mr. Floyd was having trouble saying?
No.
Would it have been baseball? Do you remember saying that? Do you remember? You don't remember? Would it refresh your
I do
recollection?
not recall.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to view a transcript of your statement?
Absolutely.
I'm on the wrong page, I think. Here, give me just a second. I apologize, I can't find it right now. We may come back to that. Do you recall describing some other behaviors of Mr. Floyd while he was in the store?
Correct.
What were those behaviors?
He was doing a couple of stretches, like a lunge,
Okay,
kind of.
like kind of stepping forward like this?
No, it was more of a side lunge. Start here.
Like that?
Correct.
So, for the record, I'm standing kind of feet together and stretching over to the side with one leg, right?
Correct.
Putting his arms in front of him. And kind of based on your observations of his behavior, his speech patterns, that's what caused you to form the impression he was under the influence.
Correct.
Now then you ultimately met with the prosecution team on March 12th in preparation for your testimony,
Correct.
and that's when you were able to view some of the videos that we've watched here today.
Correct.
And again, you understood that there were agents or law enforcement officers that were there at that time.
Correct.
Do you recall telling them that you felt that Mr. Floyd couldn't comprehend the conversation?
Which conversation?
Your conversation with him.
The first conversation we had?
Right.
I do not recall, but if that's on my transcript, that's the way it is.
Okay. Now, you said after that phone call to the police, you didn't see the police kind of come in the store. You didn't deal with them initially, right?
Correct.
And you just kind of went back to work, right?
Correct.
Dealing with customers, goofing off with your coworkers, kind of just average day, right?
Correct.
But then at some point you noticed there was a commotion outside and you decided to go back outside and see what was going on, right?
Correct.
And you said the first thing you did was to call your mom to tell her not to come downstairs.
Correct.
And then you walked over and you started recording, right?
Correct.
And then after you did some recording, you saw your coworker appear to be pushed by the police officer, right?
Correct.
And you got your coworker, you brought him back inside.
I did not.
Your other coworkers kind of went back inside, right?
Correct.
And you stayed outside, or it appeared that you walked back to the door and then walked back to the crowd.
Correct.
And you described the crowd that they were yelling and screaming.
Correct.
And at one point you tried to actually stop someone or
Hold them back.
hold them back.
Correct.
And that individual appeared to be pretty angry,
Correct.
and you held him back because you didn't want him to get involved.
Yes. Well, I would say not necessarily angry. He had just been pushed, so he was kind of defending himself.
Okay. And you kind of just said to him, you know, calm down, stand back, right?
Right.
I have no further questions, sir. Thank you very much for your time.
Any redirect?
Yes, sir. Prior to working or during your work at Cup Foods, did they ever send you to training on how to identify a fake bill?
No.
Or just kind of learning from experience?
Correct.
When you did interact with Mr. Floyd in the store, what was his demeanor like?
He seemed very friendly, approachable. He was talkative. He seemed to just be having an average Memorial Day, just living his life. But he did seem high.
During the second trip out to the vehicle, it was your coworker who did the majority of the talking to Mr. Floyd and the passenger.
Correct.
So Mr. Nelson asked you to agree that that was a more heated conversation. Was it you who made it more heated or your coworker?
My coworker.
And Mr. Nelson asked you to agree that there was an outright refusal to come back into the store. Was that an actual wording that was used, or was that just Mr. Nelson's words, outright refusal?
Those were Mr. Nelson's words.
So Mr. Floyd did not say to you, I'm outright refusing to come back into the store.
No.
But, to be fair, they were not coming back into the store, right?
Correct.
You were asked also about the stretches that Mr. Floyd was doing in the store. And Mr. Nelson demonstrated for us that was a pretty accurate demonstration of what you saw.
Correct.
But during that, Mr. Floyd did not fall down,
No.
didn't lose his balance at all.
No.
When he indicated he wanted to go buy some cigarettes, you and he both had to move down to the cigarette counter, correct?
Correct.
And is that what he did? Did he tell you, I want to buy some cigarettes?
Correct.
Did he tell you what brand he wanted?
I do not recall.
We saw you just grab a pack, right?
That could have been the case.
And you gave them to him,
Correct.
and he provided you money and took the change, right?
Correct.
So he was able to complete that whole transaction, correct?
Absolutely.
And you didn't have to guess at what cigarettes he wanted.
Correct.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Any recross?
Sorry, thank you. You were asked a couple of questions about the counterfeit bill.
Correct.
Do you get a lot of counterfeit bills in that store?
No.
Has it happened before?
Correct.
And I believe you were previously asked about good counterfeits and bad counterfeits in your statements with police.
I do not recall.
Okay. Have you seen some bills that are better counterfeits than other bills?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Not personally, no.
Okay, but you understood that immediately this was a counterfeit bill.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Thanks, sir. You are excused.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Your Honor, the state would call Christopher Belfry to the stand.
If you just stand right here, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Have a seat. Sir, in order to be able to be heard more clearly, I'm going to keep my mask on, but if you wouldn't mind, if you would take your mask off, if you'd be comfortable doing that.
I don't mind.
All right, thank you. We're going to also test out how the microphone picks you up by having you state your full name and spell each of your names.
Christopher Belfry, ChristopherBelfrey.
All right, it sounds like it'll work fine even if you don't lean in, so
Okay. Yep.
feel free. All right,
No problem.
Mr. Frank.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Belfry.
Good morning.
And can you tell us, sir, how old are you?
How old am I?
Yeah.
I'm 45.
Okay. And just tell us, if you would, the general area where you live.
South Minneapolis.
And on May 25th of 2020, is that where you lived?
May 25th of 2020 is where I live? No.
No. Is that where you lived on that day?
Yeah, South Minneapolis.
And how long have you lived in South Minneapolis?
About 3 years.
And you are from, well, let me ask it this way. Are you familiar with the area of 38th in Chicago?
Yes.
And is there a store at one of the corners, at least one of the corners of 38th in Chicago?
Yes.
At least on May 25th there was.
Yes.
And is there also a restaurant there?
Yes.
What was the restaurant in that, at that intersection?
What was it?
Yeah, what was the name of it?
I really don't know.
Okay.
To tell you the truth.
On May 25th of 2020, did you go to the area of 38th in Chicago to get some food from one of those restaurants?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay.
Cup Foods.
Okay. So you went to Cup Foods to get food?
Right. But there's another restaurant across the street. I thought you was talking about that one.
I was, so my
Okay,
fault.
Right.
So you went to that intersection sometime in the late afternoon, early evening, correct?
Correct.
And where did you drive there?
Yes.
Where did you park?
On the corner of 38th and Chicago, on the 38th side, facing Bloomington, or what is that, Cedar?
All right.
area.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put up something we've had admitted as Exhibit 1. And that should come up on the screen in front of you.
Right.
Do you see that photograph?
Right.
Do you recognize what is depicted there?
That's 38th and Chicago intersection.
All right. And you should have right in front of you a stylus like this, maybe a different color. See that? What I'd ask you to do is just, for the jurors, draw on the screen where you drove up and where you parked on that day.
Came this way, parked right here.
And when you parked there, do you recall seeing a vehicle in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what kind of vehicle that was?
Mercedes-Benz,
Do you remember what color it was?
not right offhand.
Okay. What style of car or vehicle?
It's like a hatchback Mercedes-Benz, like a sports truck or something like that.
And when you pulled up there and parked, did you see something that drew your attention?
Not right offhand. Shortly after, yes, when two officers was coming across the street, I noticed them coming and they approached the vehicle in front of me. One officer drew a handgun and opened the door and pointed the gun at whoever was in the driver's seat.
So at that point in time, had you gotten your food already or not yet?
No,
Okay.
no, sir.
And so you were just sitting in your car and you see these officers pull up,
Yes, sir.
or walk up, correct?
Right.
And after seeing that, what happened next?
Kind of startled me, You know, from where I'm from, when you see officers.
Stop right there. Don't talk about past experience. Talk about
Yes,
what your
sir.
reaction was.
Yeah.
Thank
Let
you.
It startled me,
Yeah,
you
let me-
know, when I seen the officer raise his gun.
Let me just.
I started recording.
Okay, that's exactly what I wanted to ask you
Right.
about, right? So at some point you started recording that.
Right.
And
Correct.
that was because of basically what you saw, correct?
Right.
All right. And so when you were parked there, you started making a recording, correct?
Correct.
And at some point you stopped the recording.
Correct.
Why did you stop that recording at that point in time?
Because I heard more sirens pulling up, and I didn't want to be trapped in between the whole commotion of what's going on. I didn't know exactly what was going on. It's just I didn't want to be in the middle of, you know, a bunch of commotion about what's going on. So I moved across the street.
So you moved your car.
Yes, sir.
And prior to coming into court today, did we show you a copy of that video?
Yes, sir.
And did that video truly and accurately represent what you were seeing while you were recording it?
Yes, sir.
We've marked that as Exhibit 35, and Your Honor, I would offer Exhibit 35 at this time.
35 is received.
Okay, Mr. Belfry, we're going to play that video for you now, and then we'll ask you some questions about it either during or after it, okay?
Okay.
Now, when you were making that recording, do you recall if your window was down and your...
Yeah. Yes, sir.
So we were able to hear some of it on the video. Were you able to hear any better sitting there in person than with the video?
I vaguely heard most of it.
What were you kind of hearing?
I heard him asking him to let me see your hand. He's saying, please, something about I've been shot or something before, please don't, something like that. And at that time, that's when I heard the sirens pulling up and they're pulling him out, and that's when I went to back up and turn around. When the video stopped.
And so I'm going to go back now to Exhibit 1. We'll put that up again. And again, if you would take the stylus and just kind of show the jurors where you went when you moved your vehicle.
Backed up, moved the vehicle there.
So for the record, you're showing that you moved from the Dragon Walk side of 38th to the Cup Food side of 38th, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And when you got over there, what did you do?
I continued to record.
And were you, well, you started recording again, correct?
Right.
And when you were recording, did you have somebody in the car with you?
Yes, my fiance. Well, she was in the car, in Cup Foods getting the food. So by the time I turned around, she came out and got in the car.
And so during that recording some conversations between you and her were also recorded.
Yes, sir.
And so did you start recording then at that point?
Yes, sir.
All right. And prior to coming into court, did you also have a chance to review that video?
Yes, sir.
And it appears to be a true and accurate copy of the actual video you made.
Most definitely.
Now, I will tell you that we have deleted the audio from this video.
Yes, sir.
Conversation that you and your fiance had, it's not important, it's the video.
Right.
Okay.
Sure.
And so we have marked that as Exhibit 36, and we would offer it at this time.
Any objection? 36 is received.
All right, so now we'll show Exhibit 36. Now, I'd ask to pause it right here, please. And there's no timestamp on the video, so we will do our best to describe it. Oh, there is a timestamp on the video. This will be at approximately 26 seconds. Do you see that? All right. And what you're seeing here, obviously there are two officers, well, there are now 3 officers on the scene, correct?
Correct.
And the original 2 officers are in this view, and one of the officers is with the individual sitting on the ground, correct?
Correct.
The individual sitting on the ground, do you recall seeing him from when you were parked behind the Mercedes before?
Correct.
Where was that individual when you were parked behind the vehicle?
He was in the driver's seat.
So that's the same individual that in the prior video had been removed from the driver's
Correct.
seat. And did you see while you were moving the car how those 2 officers and that individual went from the Mercedes in the prior video to where they are now?
Correct.
How did that happen?
They brought him out, walked him over to the sidewalk, sat him down. One officer then went over to the other people that was in the vehicle and started asking them questions.
And then the other officer had the driver sit on the ground there where we see him now?
Correct.
All right. So then we'll continue to play Exhibit 36, please. So Exhibit 36 has ended, and you stopped filming at that moment?
Yes, sir.
And why did you stop recording then?
Slightly still kind of scared, nervous. That one of the officers kept staring at me like while I was recording. So I kind of put it down, and then I went to record again, but I was like, I really don't want any problems, so I stopped recording.
At that point, did you think that this incident with this individual and the officers was over?
Somewhat I've seen when I stopped recording, I drove towards the corner as they crossed over with George, the two officers that came and approached him in the first place. They went to walk him across the street. Then when we went to turn to go back home, we seen them placing him in the police car. So that's all I seen, and I kept on driving. I thought he was detained. I thought it was over, so I kept on going home.
Now, you referred to George.
Yes.
Who do you mean by that?
I felt that George was detained.
Okay. But when you use the name George, this individual who was removed from the SUV, the Mercedes, did you know that gentleman?
No, not at all.
Have you subsequent to this learned who that was?
Yes, sir.
Was that George Floyd?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you saw them moving Mr. Floyd after you stopped recording?
Right. Yes, sir.
So I'm going to put Exhibit 1 back up, please. And if you would, again, show the jurors, you know, where you saw them. Well, if you would just put an X on here where you were parked when you made that second video. Do you know what I mean?
Okay. Ooh. How do you take
Should we
that
try
out?
again? Okay. And then if you would, show the jurors where you saw them walking Mr. Floyd after you stopped recording.
And walking him this way.
And so then at some point you started up your car and drove off out of the area.
Correct.
And can you show the jurors where you drove when you did that? And so the record should reflect you turned from 38th Street to go what would be southbound on Chicago?
Correct.
All right. And the record should also reflect that you're indicating the officers walking Mr. Floyd from the Dragon Walk corner, what would be northbound on Chicago, correct?
Correct.
Towards the Cup Food Store.
Correct.
Now, when you turned and went south on Chicago, had they already walked Mr. Floyd in front of you over to that, or did you cut in front of them? Do you know what I mean?
I believe they already crossed. I'm not sure, to tell you the truth. It was a while ago. I'm not sure if they was before or after, to tell you the truth.
But at one point you said earlier that you saw them putting him in a squad car.
Right.
Where did you
Correct.
see that taking place?
Over here.
So when you turned to go southbound, is that when you looked to
Behind us in the rear view. Yeah.
Okay. And then have anything else to do with that scene that night?
Nope. That's it.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any cross? You may. Sir, you may step down. Thank you. Sidebar? Members of the jury, it looks like the best schedule would be to take our lunch break now. We'll try and reconvene about 1:15. Thank you. State may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Charles McMillan.
If you could just stand there for a second. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth? Have a seat. And first of all, if you feel comfortable, we'd appreciate if you could remove your mask because it'll be easier to hear you. I'll keep my mask on so that we have as much protection. And we're going to test out the microphone and how it works with you. So if you could state your full name, spelling each of your names.
First name, Charles McMillan, C-H-A-R-L-E-S. Last name, McMillan, capital M-C-M-I-L-L-I-A-N.
Thank you. Ms. Eldridge.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing today?
I'm okay.
Thank you for being here. I'm going to start with some questions about your background, and then we'll move on from there, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
So could you tell the jury how old you are?
61 years old,
And how far did you go in school?
3rd grade.
And what city do you live in?
Here in Hennepin County.
And you're in Hennepin County. Are you in Minneapolis?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to ask you some questions about Memorial Day, May 25th of last year. Do you live in an area close to Cup Foods?
Yes, I do.
And that evening on May 25th, were you driving by that area?
Yes, I was.
And what kind of car do you drive?
I drive a 2006 Dodge Caravan Blue.
Okay, is that a van?
Yes, ma'am.
So, when you were in the area of 38th in Chicago, did something draw your attention?
Yes, it did.
What was that? What did you see?
I was at the red light going south, and at the time I was going to go east on the 38. That was to my left, and when I got there to make a left turn, I see an interaction with a car with a man and with a police officer.
So I'm going to show you a map. If we could put up Exhibit 1, please. All right, so you were talking about where you were. Using this map that's up on the screen, could you just describe, you can actually use your, there's a little pen there, stylus pen, you can use that to sort of show the jury on the screen where you were and where you were headed.
Hard for me to see because I'm old. I can describe it better by saying because I can't hardly see what's going on.
Okay.
I was on the corner of 38th in Chicago.
All right.
To make a left to go east towards 42nd and Hiawatha. So I was right on the corner of 38th in Chicago.
So you were headed east on 38th Street, is that right?
Yes, which would be right here.
Okay, perfect. And you just made a mark at that intersection there where in the direction you were headed, which was eastbound, is that right?
Yes.
All right. And when you were headed down 38th, you said you saw an interaction with somebody and some police officers. What did you see at that point?
Well, when I made the left, I seen a blue. There was a Mercedes-Benz truck on the right side with a police officer standing at the door. So I automatically made a right turn and pulled over.
And what made you decide to stop and pull over?
Being nosy, you know, just being nosy. I'm in the neighborhood. I'm a nosy person.
Did you want to know what was going on?
Yes, being nosy. That's what it was.
So when you first approached that area, you said an officer standing next to a blue Mercedes truck
With the door open.
with the door open. Did you see what the officer was doing at that point?
No, not at the time.
Okay. So you said you decided you wanted to pull over, see what was going on.
Get out, yes.
All right. So did you drive up the street a little bit and then park?
Immediate park, got out.
Okay. So when you got out, what'd you do?
I walked across, I went to the other side of the street.
All right. And would that be the cup food side of the street?
Yes.
Okay. So what'd you do on the other side of the street?
I engaged in what was going on by watching.
Okay. So what did you see from the cup food side of the street?
Basically, I seen the officer, was asking Mr. Floyd to get out the truck. And shortly after they got Mr. Floyd out the truck and they walked over to the sidewalk where they allowed, just walked over to the sidewalk behind Mr. Floyd's truck.
Okay, so I'm going to stop you right there. We'll just break it down a little bit.
Yes, ma'am.
You said you saw the officers getting Mr. Floyd out of the truck. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you say Mr. Floyd. Did you know who he was at the time?
No, ma'am.
Did you later learn that that man was George Floyd?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you saw, how many officers at that time did you see interacting with Mr. Floyd?
I want to say one at the time, then another one walked over to help him.
Okay. So tell the jury about that. What did you see the first officer do, and then what happened next? So we'll start from that point.
Well, when I got out my truck and started watching, I basically just seen the officer asking Mr. Floyd to get out. And from that point on, I don't want to say the other officer walked up to the truck where the other officer was. The other officer was on the other side, so he walked up to where the officer was trying to get Mr. Floyd out of the truck. I said, and I heard a couple words, I don't know what it was, and then they finally got Mr. Floyd out of the truck, handcuffed, and walked him down.
Okay, so I'm going to stop you right there. So first you saw one officer interacting on the driver's side of the car
Yes.
with Mr. Floyd. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you said there was another officer who was on the passenger side initially of that blue Mercedes truck. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I think you're describing that eventually that officer on the passenger side came over to assist on the driver's side. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said that those officers got Mr. Floyd handcuffed. Did you see that happen?
No, I didn't. No, I don't recall it.
So what did you see while you were standing on the cup food side of the street happen at the next to that SUV?
Well, after that, I seen, because I was looking away, but then when I turned back and looked, I did see Mr. Floyd handcuffed. Then they started to walk him down the sidewalk.
So you didn't see the very moment he was handcuffed,
No, ma'am.
but you
No.
did see that he ended up in handcuffs.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you looking around you but not focused the entire time on, what the exact moment was that he was handcuffed?
No, I
Okay.
didn't.
So you said that he was handcuffed, and then you said they walked him across the street. So can you describe or show on the map what you saw happen next? All right, so if you could just put either a line or a mark where you saw them walking. Can we enlarge it? Is that possible?
It was on the right-hand side, but I can't see what that little restaurant is on the right side.
Okay, so let's take off the enlarged portion just for a second there.
It was a little small restaurant on my right-hand side behind the truck.
Okay,
That's what I'm looking for, and I can't see it.
all right. Would that be the Dragon Walk restaurant?
Yes, a little restaurant on the corner.
Okay, so was that where the officers that you saw walked with Mr. Floyd at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you said he was in handcuffs.
Yes, ma'am.
Was Mr. Floyd walking across the street?
Yes, he was walking up the sidewalk with them.
And then what happened?
He said something about he said something. I can't quote right what he said, but whatever he said, they let him sit down.
Okay, and were you watching that part of the interaction where he was sitting down?
Yes, ma'am.
And where were you? Were you still on the
I was still on the Cub. I was still on the Cub pool side.
Okay. And I'm going to try not to talk over you, but if we could just wait for the question and then you can answer, and then I'll try not to
Yes, ma'am.
try to do the
Not
same
a problem. Thank you.
thing. Okay. Just because we got someone taking it all down. All right. So you are on the cup food side. You see them sit them down at the Dragon Walk. Could you hear what was going on in terms of the whole conversation?
No, ma'am.
Okay. But you were watching what was going on. Is that
Yes.
right? All
Yes,
right.
ma'am.
Did they move again after that?
Yes, ma'am. They helped him guide up off. They helped him guide up off the sidewalk.
Okay. And then after he got up off the sidewalk, where did they go?
They went north across the street at the red light, which would be going north through the red light.
So did they head toward Cup Foods at that point?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And where were you? Did you stay where you were, or did you follow?
I just went on down the sidewalk almost to the front edge of the Cub Food,
Okay.
to the stoplight.
And I'm going to put up, well, can you take this down, please? Thank you. Did we show you some pictures and videos from that day prior to your testimony in court today? Did you see some videos and pictures on a previous date when we met before?
Yes, I did.
All right. I'm going to put up, just for you but not for the jury, what we've marked as Exhibit 38, please. All right. Do you see that in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recognize yourself in that picture?
Yes, I do.
And is that what you looked like on May 25th and what you were
Yes.
wearing? All right. We would offer Exhibit 38.
All right, 38 is received.
All right. And we will publish that to the jury. All right. So now the jury is getting to see that's what you were wearing. That's what you looked like on May 25th. Is that right?
Yes.
And so it looks like you're walking down the sidewalk. You're talking about getting closer. Did you get closer at that point?
Yes, I was getting closer.
Okay. We can take that down, please. So after you see the officers walk Mr. Floyd toward the Cup Foods and you're getting closer, what do you see then?
I see them come through the intersection with Mr. Floyd, and I was just standing and observing like I was doing. And when they came through the intersection, they went on to the car with him.
And when you say the car, what car are you referring to?
The squad car.
Okay. So they were taking Mr. Floyd to the squad car at that point? Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And was he still handcuffed at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
And was Mr. Floyd walking with those officers?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it just those two officers at that point?
Yes.
Did you know either of those two officers?
No.
Okay. And then did you continue to observe after they got to that squad car?
Yes, I did.
And what did you see then?
Just standing and observing them, get him into the car, and as they get him in the car, I'm just paying attention like I always was.
And was Mr. Floyd saying anything at that point in time?
Yes, he was.
And were you engaging in a conversation with Mr. Floyd as well?
Yes, I was.
So tell the jury just a little bit about what was going on in that moment.
At the time I was engaged with Mr. Floyd, that the officer was, trying to get him in the car and everything, talking to him, and I was telling Mr. Floyd, just ply with him, get on in the car because you can't win. Something to that nature.
Okay. And before, as you were watching Mr. Floyd walk up to the squad car, he was seated down and then he was walked across the street. Any of those moments in time, did you see Mr. Floyd fighting or being violent with the officers from the moment he was taken out of the car until he was sat down and then walked across the street?
No.
Okay. And then you're describing what was going on, and he was handcuffed, you described that whole time, is that right?
Yes.
And then you're talking about them trying to get him into the car. Did we previously show you a video that showed your position and what you were watching, as well as what one of the officers' body cameras showed was going on at that moment. Did you see video of that on a previous date?
Yes.
And did that show accurately and fairly what you saw, as well as what you heard and what was going on with respect to Mr. Floyd at the squad car? Did that show what was happening?
Yes.
Okay. And just so I'm clearly describing it to you, I know you saw a number of videos. There was one that had a view from one of the officer's body cameras combined with a surveillance camera that was showing where you were standing. And that's what we've marked as Exhibit 39. And you said that that video showed what you were doing and what you saw and heard. Is that right?
Yes.
All right, I'd offer Exhibit 39.
39 is received.
And we will publish that now. And does that show you walking by? Can we just pause it for one moment? Before we play, the top screen, does that show where you're standing next to the squad car?
Yes.
And can you just point yourself out on that top screen? And then on the other video that's embedded within what's shown here, that shows the officer and Mr. Floyd at the car. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We will clear that, and then we will continue to play. Thank you.
I don't want to win. I'm claustrophobic. You ain't gonna win. I'm claustrophobic. I got anxiety. I don't want to do nothing to them. Man, I'm scared as fuck, man.
Okay. You made a mistake.
When I start breathing, it's gonna go off on me, man. Okay. Let me count to three. And I'm going in.
Pause it right there, please. All right, we're at 1807. Now, just to sort of summarize what's happened thus far, are you having a conversation with Mr. Floyd at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
And what's going on in that conversation?
It's going on a conversation that I'm watching, Mr. Floyd saying that he clasped over to the back seat of the police car. And I'm trying to get him to understand that when you make a mistake, once they get you a cup, it's no certain thing as being clasped over. You're going to go with them. And I was trying to get him to go.
Okay, and you were saying, is it your voice saying things like you can't win?
Yes, ma'am.
And why were you saying that?
Because I have had interaction with officers myself, and I understand once you get in the cup, you can't win. You're done.
Okay.
It's just the way I have looked at it.
So were you trying to just help him to
make the situation easy?
Got it. So you were trying to make the situation easier. And there were some comments about, I'm claustrophobic, and then I believe there was a response. Were you having a conversation with Mr. Floyd at that point in time?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you feel like he was hearing you and understanding what you were saying?
Yes, ma'am.
And like you said, you were just trying to make it easier and help. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at some point, again, we have this stopped at 1807. Did some other officers arrive?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you know any of the other officers who arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
And who did you know?
Mr. Chauvin right there.
And if you can point to him on the screen, you're pointing there. So you've made a mark with the arrow pointing to Mr. Chauvin. How did you know Mr. Chauvin?
5 days prior to this happening, I pulled up on the squad car somewhere in South Minneapolis, and I seen Mr. Chauvin, and I told him, like I tell all officers, at the end of the day, you go home to your family safe, and let the next person go home to their family safe.
So you had just met him in the community a few days prior, is that right?
I had seen him in the community prior to them, but the day I pulled up on him, I gave him the recommendation of what I said.
Okay, so you had seen him 5 days or so prior, had a conversation with him, but you had known him in the community before that as well, is that right?
I've seen him riding through the community, not knowing him.
Okay, so you recognized him as an officer in the community?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I apologize. I'll try to slow down. You try to slow down. We'll both take a breath. And then we'll
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm going to try not to talk over you. Do my best. All right. Okay. So I'm going to let the video play, and then we can pause it for some follow-up. So go ahead. Thank you.
You can't win. I'm not trying to win. I'm not trying to win. I'll get on the ground, anything. I'll get in the car. He know it. He know it to Mr. Officer. Y'all hear me? Don't do me like that, man.
Get in the car.
Okay, can I talk to you, please?
Yes, you get in this car. We can talk.
I am claustrophobic. I'm
You're
claustrophobic,
not
man.
working with me.
God, I'm claustrophobic, man.
Get in the car.
Man.
Get in the
Can you
car.
put me in the front? Please.
No, you're not getting in the
I'm
front.
claustrophobic, so I was
Get in the car.
Okay, man, okay. I'm not a bad guy, man.
Get in the car.
I'm not a bad guy. Oh, man. Please, officer. Please.
Sit.
Please.
Take a seat.
Please, man. Please. No.
Take a seat.
I can't choke. I can't breathe, officer. Please.
Fine.
My wrist, man. Please. I can't. And I'm on the ground. I'm on the ground. I'm going down.
Get in the squad.
I'm going down. I'm not going to lose you. Bro, you gonna die of a heart attack, I know I can't breathe. Get in the car. I can't COVID, man. I can't breathe.
Take a seat.
Please, man. Please listen to me.
Is he going to jail?
Listen to me.
He's under arrest right now for forgery.
I tell you.
Tell me figure out what's going on.
For what? Take him out. For what? Please, man. I can't fucking breathe.
Here, come on out.
Look at you. Thank you.
Get him on the ground. Yeah, on the ground. On the ground.
My wrist. Right.
You got your restraint. Hobble.
I can't breathe.
Okay.
I can't breathe.
Grab that. Get him.
Jesus. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Thank you. I can't breathe.
Stop moving.
Mama.
Yeah,
Mama.
it's in the,
Mama.
one of the front pouches
Mama.
on my right side bag.
Mama.
You're under arrest, guy.
All right. Oh my God.
Now you go to
I
jail.
can't believe this. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. I can't believe this,
Can we
man.
stop it right here, please?
Mama, look.
Mr. McMahon, do you need a minute?
Oh my
You just take your time. Let us know when you're ready.
We'll just give you a moment, Mr. McMahon. I'm not sure if there's water for you as well. Oh. If you need a break to get some water, let me know, and we can take a break. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you.
You okay?
Yeah.
I know that this is difficult. Can you just explain sort of what you're feeling in this moment?
I feel helpless. I don't have a mama either. I understand him. My mom died June 25th.
Hang on just 1 second, Mr.
Let's take a 10-minute break.
We'll take a little break.
Okay, sir. How you doing?
All right, sir. Yes, sir.
All set to roll?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You want to leave the mask on or off?
Oh, no, too hot.
Okay, understood. He's over.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Mr. McMillan. We have the video paused for a minute. I'm just going to maybe ask you some questions about that, and then we can move on from there, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So we have it stopped at 8:20:51. What did you see at the beginning of this clip in terms of the officers putting Mr. Floyd in the car? Can you just describe what you saw from your perspective?
Well, what I'm standing there looking at now, with where they are with Mr. Floyd on the passenger side of the car, with the trunk of Mr. Vane, other officers was trying to get some scrap, what you call hog tie. So that's what I'm engaging in right now. But
okay, so in this image right now, where it's frozen at 8:20:51, can you just point out where you are? And you said you're talking about the other officer, and I think you used the word hog tie. Can you just describe what you meant by that?
I guess he was looking for some scraps where they tie you up.
Okay, so where we have this video stopped, you were watching. Yes. Sorry. Is that better?
Yeah, you can stay right in the middle of that.
Okay. And I just want to make sure you can hear me and I can hear you. I have trouble hearing with all the plexiglass and masks, so I apologize. So could you describe what you're seeing at that point?
I'm seeing Mr. Floyd on the ground.
And is anyone else on the ground?
Will you repeat that again, please?
Yeah. Is anyone with him on the ground?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what do you see in terms of the other officers?
I see two officers on the back of him, and I see the officer in the front with him. And I see Mr. Chow, that's who in the trunk of the car.
Okay, and you're, I think you said Mr. Chow or Mr. Vang. Did you know the other officer who was at the back of the car? Did you know who he was, that officer at the back?
No, ma'am. I
Okay.
didn't know who was.
Did you, and you don't know his name today, do you?
Chow, whatever. I don't really know his name.
Okay, but another officer that you weren't familiar with at that time?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and what about Officer Chauvin? You said you knew him, is that right?
I didn't know his name at the time, but I knew of him in the squad car and what I had said to him 5 days ago, but I didn't know who he was.
So you later realized that you knew
His name, yes,
his
ma'am.
name. Okay, all right. So I'm going to back you up a little bit. Before these officers were on the ground with Mr. Floyd, and there's an officer at the back, at the beginning of this clip, they were getting him into the car. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at that time, you were having a conversation with Mr. Floyd. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then were you continuing to have a conversation with Mr. Floyd throughout this process?
I can't recall what's out right now.
Okay. But did you hear Mr. Floyd speaking?
Yes, ma'am.
And then at times, were you also speaking to him?
I want to say yes.
Okay. And anything you said that's captured on camera, that would have been what you said in that moment. Is that right? Over the course of the time of your interaction with Mr. Floyd?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, what stood out to you about what Mr. Floyd was saying when you saw him on the ground?
When he kept saying, "I can't breathe," and when he said, "Mama, they're killing me," and they're killing me, that's what I kept hearing. "I can't breathe, Mama, they're killing me." Then when he started saying, my body's shutting down.
And was it your voice somewhere in the middle of all this saying, "Get up and get in the car." Was that you?
Yes, ma'am.
And why were you saying that? What were you trying to do at that point?
Trying to help him.
And how did he look to you after this continued, when you said he was saying, "Mama, and I can't breathe"? How did he appear to be to you?
He appeared to be in and out with the foam running out of his mouth.
And you said you saw foam running out of
Yes,
his mouth?
white foam around his mouth and stuff.
Okay. And you said in and out. What do you mean by that?
Talking, like,
Okay.
you know, I don't know how, I can't really describe it, but he was,
Did you hear him talking at one point, and then did he later stop talking?
I heard him keep trying to ask them to let him up so he can't breathe. And then even I said to the officer, I said, "Man, he said he can't breathe." And they said, "Well, if he keep talking, he can breathe."
Okay. Is it okay with you if I play this
Keep it, it's fine.
clip? Okay,
Yes,
we'll
ma'am.
keep playing it if you're ready for it.
Yes,
All right.
ma'am.
All right.
Please, I love you.
You got hobble?
Just my keys, I love you. I'm dead.
Mine's in my side. It's listed. It's labeled. It says hobble. It's in the
I can't
top.
breathe for this, man. It's cold blooded, man. Ah, ah,
You're doing a lot of
Mama, I love you. I can't do nothing.
Yeah, EMS is on their way.
My face is gone.
Well, do you want to hobble?
I can't breathe, man.
Want to go initials up?
Please,
Alright.
please let me stand.
No.
Please, man, I can't breathe.
Can you get up on the sidewalk, please? One side or the other, please.
My face skin up bad.
Okay, so we get his legs up.
Oh my God.
Nope, just leave them.
Oh
Just
my
leave them.
God.
Just leave them. Yep, just leave them.
Ah,
Alright.
I'm dead.
The park's still sitting on the
Whoa.
car there.
Look at my face, man.
All right. And you were describing, you said a hog tie, or you saw an officer maybe going to get one. Did you ever see the officers use any kind of tie or other type of restraint for Mr. Floyd?
No, they did not.
Okay. I'm going to take this video down. And we're going to put up another one, but I'm just going to not play it. It's going to be Exhibit 16 that's already admitted. If we could just put that up on the screen. Yes, on the jury screen as well. I believe it's already admitted into evidence. So this is Exhibit 16, which is a video clip that there is, this is not playing. It's marked 8:20:05 is the timestamp. Do you see where you were standing in this particular image?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you just point yourself out? All right. And what do you see the officers doing from your perspective on the street?
I see Mr. Lane, that's the first officer right there, that hold him down. They got his knee on his neck, between the neck and back, holding him down. The other officer really can't see around him, but look like they holding George Floyd down also.
Okay. So you talked about, did you see 3 officers with Mr. Floyd?
Yes, ma'am. I see 4 officers all together, but 3 of them is on Mr. Floyd, one
Okay.
standing in the back door.
And looking at this picture, can you tell which officer was which at this moment?
First officer is Mr. Chauvin.
Okay.
I don't know the other.
All right, so let's just stop right there. When you say Mr. Chauvin, can you tell where Mr. Chauvin is in this picture, or is it too difficult to see in this picture? All right, can you actually press that again if you're trying to point to Mr. Chauvin? Okay, so the officer that you've just identified with an arrow, is that the one you recognized as Mr. Chauvin?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then there were 2 other officers you described on top of him, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then a 4th officer standing at the back of the truck, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If it's okay with you, I'd like to play just a little bit of this video. Are you ready for that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Go ahead. And this part of the video doesn't have audio, but does that show you in the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point, do you just step back a little bit out of the frame? Is that you walking off right there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we're going to fast forward a little bit. But during this time, you're watching what's going on. You're just not on the frame of this video. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So moving forward to 8:21:30, we'll just play a little bit of this here. Go ahead. And you come back into frame there.
Let him breathe, at least, man. Let him breathe. I've been
Pause
trying
it
to
for
get
just 1 second. Do you see yourself back
Yes,
on
ma'am.
the screen? Okay. All right, go ahead.
So let him breathe, look at my neck, man. One of my homies died. He went back before he got. I'm about to just die, just say. Relax. Man, I can't breathe my face. Just get up. What do you want? I can't breathe. Please, the knee in my neck. I can't breathe shit. Bro, get up, get in the car, man. I will. Get up, get in the car. I can't move. I've been waiting the whole time, man. Get up, get in the car. Mama. Get up and get in the car right. I can't. I gave y'all the opportunity to get in, bro. I told you can't win. My knee. You can't win, man. I'm through. I know you in there, but you didn't listen. I'm claustrophobic. My stomach hurts. My neck hurts. Everything hurts. There's some water or something. Please. Please. I can't breathe all the time.
Shut up.
They gonna kill me. They gonna kill me, man. Bro, with your feet on his neck, man, you get off the
His nose is bleeding. Like, come on now.
That's raw right there with his feet on his neck.
Look at his nose.
You see your knee on his neck. Yeah, he got your feet right on his neck, bro. I cannot breathe. I cannot breathe.
You just a grown, you're a tough guy. You're a tough guy, huh? I say you're a tough guy. You're not even resisting the rest, bro.
His whole nose is bleeding.
Fight with him?
All right, you can stop it there, please. So there's someone in that clip who says, your knee on his neck, that's wrong, man, something like that. Was that you?
Yes, ma'am.
And there are also, before that, some statements about you can't win, get up and get in the car. Was that also you?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, was that what you were describing earlier, just trying to help with him? Could you describe what you were trying to do at that point?
Basically what I'm saying to him, he can't win because once, like I said before, once the police get the cops on you, you can't win. So I'm trying to tell him just cooperate with him, get up, if you can, get in the car, go with him, you can win.
And did he say I can't to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you understand him to be talking to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were saying, your knee on his neck, what were you concerned in that moment?
Yes, ma'am.
And why was that?
Because he's better saying I can't breathe, my stomach hurt. He's saying things that make me believe that he's in trouble.
When you say in trouble, what do you mean by that?
He's gonna die.
Did you stay, and I'm not going to keep playing this clip, we can take it down, but did you continue to watch what was going on?
Yes, ma'am.
And eventually did you see an ambulance come?
Yes, ma'am.
At any point in time, did you see Mr. Chauvin or any of the officers give any medical attention, help give CPR, anything like that for Mr. Floyd?
No, ma'am.
And did you see Mr. Chauvin or any of the officers get off Mr. Floyd before the ambulance came?
No, ma'am.
And while you were watching that, did your concerns increase over time, the longer it went on?
Yes, ma'am.
And why was that?
It grew because when the paramedics arrived for Mr. Floyd, I knew then in my mind and my instinct it was over for Mr. Floyd. He was dead.
After the paramedics arrived and then left the scene, did you have some additional interaction with Mr. Chauvin?
Yes, I did.
And prior to today, did we show you some video clips of that interaction?
Yes, you did.
And we've marked those clips as Exhibit 40 and 41, but reviewing those two clips, did they fairly and accurately show your interaction with Mr. Chauvin on May 25th, that date?
Yes, it did.
Your Honor, I'd offer Exhibits 40 and 41.
Any objection? 40 and 41 are received.
And Your Honor, I'd ask to publish Exhibit 40. And before we press play, one of these videos, Exhibit 40, contains a composite, so a video showing you as well as Mr. Chauvin's perspective from his body camera. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's play Exhibit 40. And is that you walking down the street?
Yes, ma'am.
Such a man, you got to have dreams from that. Like, bro, you gonna fuck around and shoot yourself. That's what you gonna do. That man gonna hunt you for the rest of your life. I just like the phone. I tried to get in the car. How you doing, man? I know who you is. You know me from over. Yeah. That's why I ain't said that. I ain't anybody. That was 2 weeks ago. Huh? Yeah. I just hate when you get the foot off his neck. I know you've been thinking about it.
So that can be, we can pause it right there, but that can be difficult to hear. What was it that you were saying to Mr. Chauvin at that time?
I can't recall, but in my mind that I said to Mr. Chauvin, in an act I think it was like 5 days ago. I'm not quite sure, but I know in my mind what I did say to him. I think I said to him 5 days ago, I told you the other day, go home to your family safe, let the next person go home to their family safe, but the dad got to look at you as a maggot.
Okay. And so your interaction continued with him in over these two clips, is that right? Did he move his car at some point?
Either that clip or the other clip. Yes, he did.
Okay. And then did you also have another conversation with him as well?
I think so.
And initially, did you remark about his foot on his neck or something to that effect?
I can't recall.
Okay, but if it's there, it would be in the video, is that
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
All right. And again, some of these can be difficult to hear. Can we put up Exhibit 41, please?
Can you advise the fire department if they're still with you, they need to go to 36th Park to assist with the patient.
But I feel respecting you is.
That's one person's opinion.
But no, I gotta get him. I gotta get him in the car.
We gotta control this guy because he's a sizable guy.
Yeah, and I gotta get in the car.
Looks like he's probably on something.
But I'm just saying, you know, by other people, but no, I got nothing bad to say about you because you respect me, I'm gonna keep respecting you.
Right.
You have a good night. You go home safe to your family. Let other people do the same.
Okay, so there's a voice that's heard. There are two voices. Which voice is yours?
The one that when I told him I'm gonna respect him at the end of the night, you go home to your family safe, and that the next person go home to his family safe.
And whose voice is the other voice?
Mr. Chauvin.
And one of the voices was saying something to the effect of, I don't respect what you did, or something like that. Was that your voice or Mr. Chauvin's voice?
My voice.
Okay. And was Mr. Chauvin's voice the other voice on that?
Yes.
And what were you trying to do at that point in time when you were talking to Mr. Chauvin? Why did you feel the need to talk to Mr. Chauvin?
Because what I watched was wrong.
And did you feel it was important to tell him that?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson. Sure.
No questions.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. And if you could take the water with you, that'd be great. The bottle of water that's right over there.
Thank you. Mean I'm done?
You are done. Thank you for coming in. Oh, sidebar? Okay. Members of the jury, we're going to take a 20-minute break. Counsel are going to confer on possible ways that we can streamline some of the testimony that's coming up. So it's going to be a productive break for them. Take 20 minutes, and we'll see you back here roughly around 2:40. Thank you. Next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Jeff Rugel.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give away the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
Let's see. And before you begin, if you could give us your full name, spelling each of your names.
James Jeffrey Rugel, James Jeffrey, Rugel, Rugel.
Mr. Slisher.
Can I take this off?
Please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Is it Officer Rugel?
Lieutenant Rugel.
Lieutenant Rugel. And what law enforcement agency are you with?
Minneapolis Police Department.
And how long have you been employed by the Minneapolis Police Department?
Just under 32 years.
And you indicated that you're a lieutenant. How long have you held that rank?
Since 2000.
Before you talk a little bit about yourself, you understand that you've been called here today as sort of a foundational witness. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Your personal involvement in this case is somewhat limited, and we're going to be offering various video evidence through you. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Right. And so what are your present duties with the Minneapolis Police Department, Lieutenant?
I manage the Police Business Technology Unit.
And what is that?
Myself and my staff basically manage the technology equipment, software, systems that officers use on patrol and investigations anywhere they're doing their job.
Tell the jury a little bit about some of these systems and software and tools that you use.
For example, we have a records management system where all of our police reports are kept, and so my staff manages that system along with a software vendor. We use surveillance video, for example, surveillance cameras around the city. We manage accounts for that, advise on where cameras should be, and make sure the system's working. The city uses body cameras for patrol officers and investigators. We manage the body camera program, including the video storage, which is through a cloud-based vendor, but all of the policies and stuff are enforced through our system administrators, which are part of my staff.
Fair to say, as a police department, the department generates a lot of data.
Very much, yes.
Both the written documents, video, audio, and all of these things need to be collected and stored and be able to be retrieved in a way that can be associated with a case number. Is that right?
Correct.
Before stepping into the business technology unit, I'd like you to share with the jury a little bit about your career at the Minneapolis Police Department. When did you begin?
I started in 1989 as a patrol officer, worked as a patrol officer for several years, was promoted to sergeant, and worked as an investigator doing gang cases, gun trafficking, and narcotics. Was promoted to lieutenant in 2000, and as a lieutenant I've served as a patrol lieutenant supervising a shift of officers on the street at a couple of postings. Served in this business technology job, and I also was the manager of our Strategic Information Center for about 8 years.
And I'd like to, for purposes of starting here, focus on that assignment with the Strategic Information Center. So could you please describe for the jury what the Strategic Information Center is?
It's what we call a real-time crime center. So it's a facility where both sworn law enforcement officers and non-sworn analysts work they're monitoring the police radio, they're monitoring cameras, they're looking at calls for service, and looking for ways to assist patrol officers in their job. So that could be anything from hearing that a patrol officer is on the way to an address on a particularly high priority call, looking up the history of that address and being able to send information to an officer so they know more about it before they even arrive. They also do a lot of assistance to investigations, looking for link analysis, trying to find suspects based on nicknames, all sorts of stuff. But they do that 7 days a week, 20 hours a day.
Fair to say, like any other business, things have changed a lot since 1989 when you started in law enforcement.
Yes, quite a bit.
We have much more sophisticated surveillance tools and data storage tools, is that right?
Yes.
When did the Strategic Information Center open?
October of 2010.
And what was your involvement in the Strategic Information Center at that point?
I was on the design team that helped to configure the way it was going to work. I was the initial and first manager of the center, so I wrote the standard operating procedures, the policies, sort of created it from the ground up, along with some supervisors that worked for me.
And you served to manage that center until when?
April of 2018.
And that's when you began your position with the Business Technology Unit?
Yes.
Within the Strategic Information Center, what I'd like you to focus on for the jury is the availability of surveillance video throughout the city. Can you talk a little bit about that?
So the city has a network of public safety cameras that are placed at strategic locations all over the city. There's roughly 250, maybe a little more than that now. Typically in high traffic or areas where we expect to see a lot of activity. And those cameras are on 24/7. They're recorded all the time, and they can be monitored both at the Strategic Information Center and from places like precincts, and investigators often can monitor them or retrieve recorded video as needed.
And when you say monitor, you're talking about monitoring in real time?
Sure, you can watch them live. You can move them, if you will, pan, tilt, and zoom the cameras to zoom in on things that are of interest. Or if you know that there's an incident at a location where we have a camera, they can use the camera to try to see what's going on.
And then how do you communicate with other officers who may be on patrol and in need of this information?
There's a number of ways. The primary way would be sending what we call a switch message. So the squads have a computer in the car, and they're operating some software that allows us to send them sort of a direct message that flashes on their screen and can give them updates on the call or any other information. We can also get on the radio if we want to broadcast to a wider group. And then people have cell phones. We can call them if there's something more detailed than what you want to send in a message.
Okay. And that's helpful for monitoring in real time. You also mentioned storage and retrieval of said footage. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, describe, as the designer and former lieutenant of this Strategic Information Center, how the footage is able to be stored, retrieved, and, if possible, associated with a particular case number or event.
Sure. So we use a system called Milestone, which is our enterprise video management system. It's commercial software, but each camera feeds its images into Milestone, and they're recorded on a giant server that just holds video. They stay there for 14 days, and then after 14 days, the video expires and it just goes away. But during that 14 days, the staff at the SIC or investigators can go in and search by date and search by location. So, with the huge number of cameras we have, we can't monitor every camera all the time. There's just not enough people and your eyes would glaze over. So it's very common for an investigator to contact the SIC, the day after an incident and say, hey, will you go find the video from this corner from this time to this time and save it for me, send it to me. And so they will do that, check the area where the incident was, and get the video. It can be downloaded out of the system so that it's no longer subject to that 14-day expiration. And once it's downloaded, it's like any other video file. It's there as long as you have it.
And when you do, or an officer does, download Milestone video, and I think the jury's heard that term before already now, Milestone video. When they download the Milestone video, does that leave any kind of a electronic trail so that you can know who made the request, what case number it was assigned to, and where the incident came from?
The milestone video itself, the system doesn't have case numbers, but when downloading it, usually the file is named, including the case number. And then to store that file, rather than keep it on a person's local computer, they store it in our video cloud storage system, which is called evidence.com. And at that point, it's associated with a case number.
And the whole point of collecting the data, I suppose, is being able to retrieve it and use it both for proactive law enforcement, but also to review as evidence. Is that right?
Yes.
And so is this something that the SIC does, or officers assigned to that unit do in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, very much so.
And upon request here, were you able to review certain business records of the Minneapolis Police Department with which you're familiar to determine whether or not milestone video was requested and downloaded in this case?
Yes.
And when I say this case, you're aware there was an incident that took place on 38th in Chicago on May 25, 2020. Is that right?
Yes.
And was there milestone camera footage taken of the area on the date and around the time of the death of George Floyd?
Yes.
Are you aware that that footage was requested by a Deputy Chief Eric Fors in connection with this investigation?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what he specifically requested?
I believe he wanted video from the camera at 38th in Chicago from about 7 p.m. till, I'm not sure how late, maybe 11 p.m.
And based on your review of the records, was that video footage obtained?
Yes.
And that was obtained by a Minneapolis police officer by the name of Dean Kriegel. Is that right?
Yes. He was a sergeant at the SIC.
Okay. And the milestone footage with the incident that you just described, is that under Minneapolis Police Department case number 2020-140629?
Yes.
And that footage was exported and then uploaded into the MPD's evidence.com site for later retrieval. Is that right?
Yes.
And do you know when, based on your review, the case was uploaded? That footage was uploaded?
Yes.
Was that 12:50 a.m. on May 26, 2020?
I believe so, yes.
And you reviewed this footage yourself, is that right?
I have.
When did you review it?
I actually reviewed it the day after the incident to see if there was video available.
Now, can the milestone footage, does the milestone footage include a date and timestamp embedded in it?
Yes.
And based on your experience using this footage, are the date and timestamps accurate?
They're very close to the same time as what would be on your phone or anywhere else.
Okay. And can those date and timestamps be changed or altered by the user?
No, one of the reasons we use Milestone is because when you download video using Milestone, it creates a sort of a secure package that includes a player and the video, and it can't be broken up, altered.
Okay. Now, we asked you to review some of this footage, and you're aware that we've had footage excerpted and marked and are offering it as various exhibits. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to draw your attention then to Exhibit 42. Were you previously shown a video that you were told would be designated Exhibit 42?
I don't know if I was told it would be 42, but I've been shown some video clips, yes.
All right. And you watched it, recognized it, and believe it to contain an accurate excerpt of the original Milestone video downloaded under that case number, is that right?
Yes.
That Officer Kriegel exported?
Correct.
Would you agree that the excerpt itself is a little zoomed in and captures various images from about 7:44 p.m. until 8:35 p.m. on the proffered exhibit?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, offer Exhibit 42.
Any objection?
No objection.
42 is received.
All right, and I'm going to request to publish Exhibit 42, but before we do that, just to explain to the jury what they will be seeing is something with which they've already seen a couple of times, Milestone footage, I guess in that format, but there's no sound, is that right?
Correct.
And we're going to be playing a segment without sound or narration that will run from 8:08 p.m. until 8:14 and about 42 seconds. Right? And so I ask that that be published now. We'll stop there. Thank you. Now, Lieutenant, I'd like you to take a look at Exhibit 1, please. We're publishing Exhibit 1. And do you see the, familiar with the intersection here, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Right. It's 38th and Chicago.
Correct.
And you see the gas station marked Speedway?
Yes.
And do you see those small yellow icons, if you could zoom in, those yellow icons on the Speedway?
Yes.
Okay. What do those yellow icons mean?
They're cameras. One of them is our camera.
Okay. So, and if we could then just focus on the Speedway area, the two there. All right, so the perspective of that we were watching, the milestone video, is taken from one of the two cameras depicted in what we see in Exhibit 1, is that right?
Yes, the lower one.
The lower one on the corner of the store, that's why you catch the Speedway sign.
Yes.
Okay.
No issue.
Thank you. All right. If you could take that down, please. And now I'd like you to focus a little bit more on what you're doing these days in the business technology unit. All right. We know when you began in that job. Can you talk to the jury a little bit about what the business technology unit does with body-worn cameras?
So Minneapolis Police uses body-worn cameras. As of now, every sworn employee has a body-worn camera. My unit manages the program. So we are the primary point of contact with our body camera vendor, which is a company called Axon. When cameras are shipped to us, we set them up for use. We assign them to officers in the system. We make sure that officers are trained on how to use them. And we manage the back-end software, which is called evidence.com, where all the body camera footage is stored and retrievable and managed. And my unit also employs 2 full-time auditors who audit the body camera program to ensure that officers are following the body camera policy, that they're turning them on when they're supposed to, that they're doing the checks that they're supposed to, and that the system is working well.
And you're familiar with the Minneapolis Police Department body-worn camera policy?
Yes.
And this is something, obviously, in 1989, officers were not wearing body cameras. They weren't invented.
Right.
Right. When did body-worn cameras become more commonly used?
We started piloting them, I believe, in late 2015 or 16, and went with Axon after piloting several companies. The initial rollout was to patrol officers in 2016 and 17, and now we've finished rolling out to the entire department.
And Lieutenant, were you involved in the development of the body-worn camera policy and program?
Not so much in the development of it. I was at the SIC at the time.
In Minneapolis Police Department, body-worn camera policy is in the manual at 4-223, is that right?
Yes.
And at this time, I'm going to offer Exhibit 214, which is the body-worn camera policy 4-223.
No objection there.
214 is received.
And we're not going to publish that now because it's a lot of reading, but if you could please...
Thank you.
Sure. But if you could just give us a very high-level summary of what the body-worn camera policy requires.
Sure. So it requires that officers working in uniform always wear their body-worn camera, that they have it on in a standby mode whenever they're working, and that they activate it and record video when they're responding to a call or when they're meeting with members of the public or any other time there could be anything that we might want to review later. And so it also mandates that investigators who work in plainclothes wear cameras when they're doing certain enforcement actions like executing a search warrant and this kind of thing.
Some of the body-worn camera footage associated with this case doesn't, the sound doesn't kick in for a little bit. There's the image, but there's no sound. Can you explain why that is?
When the cameras are on but not activated, they're actually recording much like a DVR on your TV. When you press the button to activate it, that kicks on the sound and it saves the previous 30 seconds of video without sound. So the thought is that whatever caused you to turn on your camera would be captured because it was being recorded, and now the sound comes on when you activate it.
But there's safe to say there's nothing wrong with the camera and nothing wrong with the operator if the first 30 seconds is without sound. That's the way it's
exactly as it's supposed to work.
Okay. And then can you tell us a little bit about what these cameras look like and how they're actually physically attached to the officer?
Sure. They're about the size of a deck of cards, a little black rectangle. There's a number of ways to wear them. Most officers use the magnetic mount, which is basically a pretty strong magnet that goes inside the shirt, and then a mounting plate that goes outside the shirt, and then the camera attaches to that mounting plate. So when the magnet is engaged, it's affixed. A lot of them wear it either in their shirt pocket or up on high on the chest, which is where they're supposed to wear it to capture, a view of everything going on in front of them.
And every officer is issued a body-worn camera. Is there a way to associate particular footage with a particular officer?
Yes, every camera has an electronic serial number, and when we issue a camera, we go into evidence.com and we find that officer in the roster and we say, this camera is assigned to this officer, and then that camera is linked to them until we remove that link.
And so much like you're able to do with the milestone, you're able to attribute particular footage to a particular officer at a particular time.
Yes.
And you've reviewed body-worn camera footage before, is that right?
Yes.
And is it generally a workable system? Does it capture what it's supposed to capture?
Very much so, yes.
And are you able to also associate particular footage with case numbers just like with the milestone?
Yes, so when an officer is responding to an incident and records video after the incident, we call it tagging. They tag their video with the case control number from the incident. And that way, when the video is uploaded into evidence.com, it is tagged as being associated with that case.
How long is the footage retained?
Depending on the type of video, the minimum retention is a year. For any sort of evidence thing, it's 7 years. And then for significant incidents, it could be indefinite.
And does Minneapolis Police Department provide body-worn camera footage to other agencies upon request if they're investigating a case, or a prosecuting agency if they're using that footage to prosecute a case?
Yes.
How does the MPD physically provide that footage to the agency?
The most common way is to set up a partnership within evidence.com. So for example, the county attorney, who uses a lot of our video, they have an account, they're a partner agency, and so we can share with them within evidence.com to give them access. And then they log in to the same system we are, and they can see the video we've shared with them.
Obviously, there were several police officers involved in the May 25, 2020 incident we were talking about, and Minneapolis Police provided a number of body-worn camera footage to the prosecuting agency and the BCA. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with the specific officers who responded to the scene of the incident that occurred from 8 o'clock in the evening to about 8:30 that Memorial Day?
Yes.
And would you agree that those officers included Officer Chauvin, Officer King, Officer Lane, and Officer Tao?
Yes.
And upon your review, does it appear that each of the four mentioned officers wore body-worn cameras during that incident?
Yes.
And you were able to associate it with the same case number you recited earlier, is that right?
Yes.
And this footage was uploaded and retained by the MPD servers, correct?
Correct.
You viewed some of the footage involved with the various officers?
Yes.
All right, this time I'm going to ask you to review a series of, and to introduce and publish a series of body-worn cameras associated with particular officers in this case. And the first piece of footage that I'm going to ask you to discuss is, it's marked for identification as Exhibit 47, and it is the body-worn camera footage of Officer Lane. Now, at this time, I will offer Exhibit 47.
Any objection?
Subject to what we've discussed, Your Honor, no objection.
With that exception, it is received.
And at this time, I'll ask to publish Exhibit 47. And please hit pause. And if you could enlarge and highlight the time and date stamp, please. Oh, then I will use my glasses. All right, sir, just to draw your attention to the upper right-hand corner of the footage that you're seeing here. Are you able to see the date and time stamp?
Yes.
Okay, and it says 5/25/2020.
Correct.
Right, and the time is expressed in military time. Is that correct?
Yes.
So 20:07 would be about 8:07 p.m.
Yes.
And some change here you can see on the footage. Axon body, that's just simply the brand of the body camera, is that right?
Yes.
And then there's some serial numbers on the footage as well?
Correct.
Okay, and so again, this particular footage, Exhibit 47, is associated with Officer Lane based on the serial number that you see, and the footage begins at about 8:07, 58 seconds, is that right?
Yes.
All right, please continue publishing the exhibit. And this is that sound-free lag, right? There's no glitch here?
Right. 30 seconds in, the sound will kick in.
Gentlemen. Sorry. The driver in there?
Blue bed.
Oh, which one? The
Okay.
blue one over there. Which one?
Yep. Just head back in. They're moving around a lot.
Pause. And the record should reflect that the time noted here is 8:09 and about 27 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
Please resume.
You see your hands.
Damn, man.
Stay in the car. Let me see your other hand.
I'm sorry.
Let me see your other hand.
Please, Mazal.
Both hands.
Do something.
Put your fucking hands up right now. Let me see your other hand.
All right. What I do though? What do we do?
Put your hand up there. Put your fucking hand up there. Jesus Christ. Keep your fucking hands on the wheel. Keep your fucking hands on the wheel.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Mazal.
Who else is in the car?
This is my
Put
friend.
your foot back in.
I'm sorry, Mazal. I'm so sorry. God dang, man. Man, I got shot the same way as I was before.
Okay, well, when I say let me see your hands, you put your fucking hands up.
I'm so sorry, officer.
You got them?
Man, dang, man.
Put your hands on top of your head.
Man, last time I got shot like that, I was
Hands on top of your head. Hands on top of your head. Step out of the vehicle and step away from me, all right? Step out and face away. Step out and face away.
Okay, Mr. Officer, please don't shoot me. Please, man.
I'm not going to shoot you. Step out and face
No,
away.
I'm looking you eye to eye, man. Please don't shoot me, man.
I'm not shooting you, man.
Please, man. I just lost my mom, man.
Taking one out. Step out and face away.
So sorry.
Step out and face away.
Please don't shoot me, Mr. Officer. Please. Don't shoot me, man.
Step out and face away.
Can you not shoot me, man?
I'm not shooting you. Step out and face away.
Okay. Please. Please, man. Please. I didn't know, man.
Get out of the car.
I didn't know, Mr. Officer. I didn't know.
Put your fucking hands right now.
Stop moving. Put your hands behind your back then. I'm not going to do nothing. Face in the door.
Hands around.
Hey, you come back. Stay in the car. I'm sorry, Mr. Officer. I was on my knees. Oh, man. Stop resisting, man. I'm not. Yes, you are. I want to let it go, man. Stand up. Please, man.
Against the wall.
Me?
Yes.
What I doing?
We're figuring out what's going on. Drop the bag.
Figure out what's going on.
Adam,
What's your problem?
Said something to him. It ain't us.
we was getting a ride,
I
sir.
just got my phone fixed. It's my,
You can ask
it's my
Adam on
ex-man.
that. Adam know me.
This is my ex.
Are you good?
He can come and get my car. That's it, man.
You can ask Mr.
You got ID?
Church Floyd is jail. You can ask Mr. Adam about me.
Do you have ID?
I'm on 38th to Chicago.
Man.
320 we're close for.
You can ask Mr. Adam about me, sir. I just came to buy the tablet, and when I bought a tablet, he didn't
Oh
work.
my God. He didn't even do nothing.
You go, sir.
You have ID?
No, I don't. My
You got
name's
anything with
Shawan
your name on
Renee
it?
Hill. Fuck, no.
Sir.
Okay.
I just came over to get my phone. You see, I don't have a purse or nothing.
Mr. Adam
And my
knows
daughter
me.
is on her way to get me.
What's his deal?
I don't
Mr. Adam
know.
knows me, sir.
That's
His
my
deal, he
ex.
just-
I don't know.
Why is he getting all squirrely and not showing us his hands and just being all weird like that?
Because he's been shot before. He don't
Well, I
wanna-
get that, but still, when officers say get out of the car,
He got a
is
thing going
he
on.
drunk? Is he on something?
No, he got a thing going on. I'm telling you
What
about
does
the
that mean?
police. We have problems all the time when they come, especially when that man spit that gun like that. It's been one.
What's your first name?
He's pretty
His name
good.
is George Floyd.
What is it?
He's a good guy. George Floyd, she said.
Can you spell that?
I don't know how to spell George, sir.
Her name.
My name is, my name.
Your name,
Shawan
yeah.
Renee Hill.
Can you spell it?
S-H-A-W-A-N-D-A.
S-H-A-W?
Yeah, right, sir.
Yeah, he okay.
Mr. Adam,
Just put him in the car.
Mr. Adam,
Shawanda what?
Hill. Renee, R-E-N-E-E.
What's your last name?
Hill.
And your date of
If
birth?
y'all coming to get me 127.75. Okay.
Okay, well, so here's the thing. Someone passed a fake bill in there.
Oh.
We come over here, he starts grabbing for the keys and all that stuff. Starts getting weird, not showing us his hands. I don't know what's going on, so you're coming out of the car. So just hang tight right here. Stay right here, please.
Ouchie,
What
man.
are you on something right now?
I'm not on nothing. You acting erratic.
Let's go.
Yeah, man.
Let's go.
Yeah, man. Yes. Yes, I was just moving earlier.
Let's go.
Man, all right, let me calm down now. It's feeling better now.
Keep walking.
Like, okay, now do me one favor, man.
No, when we get to the car, let's get to the car, man. Come on.
Dang, man. Oh, man. God, don't leave me, man. Please, man, don't leave me, man.
Here.
I
I want to watch that car too, so get him in.
Stand up, stop falling down. Stand up. Stay on your feet and face the car door.
You get a search on him?
No.
Please, God. Can I talk to you, man? I just want to talk to you, man. Please, let me talk to you, please.
Man, you ain't listening to nothing we're saying, so we're not going to listen to nothing you're saying.
Can you watch that car? Just make sure no one goes in it.
I hear you, but you are going to face the door right now.
Listen up, stop.
I'll do anything. That's anything y'all tell me to do, man. I'm not a resistor, man. I'm not. You can ask him. He know me here.
Check that side.
God, man, I'm going to do nothing like that, y'all. Why is it going on like this? Look at my wrist, Mr. Officer. I'm not that kind of guy.
Other side.
Mr. Officer, I'm not that kind of guy.
Stop.
You please? I'm not that kind of guy, Mr. Officer. Please.
Face away.
Please, man. Don't leave me by myself, man. Please. I'm just claustrophobic. That's it.
Well, you're still going in the car.
Anything sharp on you?
I won't do nothing to hurt y'all.
Anything sharp?
No, sir.
Now you look at home or nothing?
Nothing, because I don't have nothing. Why y'all doing me like that, Mr. Officer? Please crack it through me for me and stuff, man. I am claustrophobic for real, Mr. Officer.
You got him?
Could you please crack it for me, please?
Yes, I'm
Remember my
cracking.
name. Stay with me, man.
I will.
Please stay with me, man. Thank you. God, man. I didn't know all this was going to happen, man. Please, man. I just want my hand free. I don't want none of y'all, man. Nothing.
You got it?
Inside in your pocket real quick on your shirt. I'm listening.
And I understand that people do stuff and
All right,
y'all
he's
don't know
good.
me.
That's John's one. No, nothing worse.
Okay.
Grab a seat.
Okay.
I'll roll the windows down, okay?
Please, man. Please don't do that.
Take a seat.
I'm going in, Mr. Officer. I'm going in.
No, you're not.
I gotta go in.
Take a seat.
Grab a seat, man.
Man, y'all don't believe me, Mr. Officer.
Take a seat.
I'm not that kind of guy. I'm not that kind of guy, man.
Take a seat.
Y'all, I'm gonna die in here.
Take a seat.
I'm gonna die, man.
You need to take a seat right now.
And I just had COVID, man. I don't want to go back to that.
Okay, I'll roll the windows
No.
down. Hey, listen.
Dang, man.
Listen.
I'm not that kind of guy.
I'll roll the windows down
Please,
and you pull your
man.
legs in, all right? I'll
Y'all
put the air on.
stop. Look at that. Look at
You're
that.
not even listening.
Look at it. Look at it.
We can picture
Look.
it now while you're standing out here.
Okay, man. God, y'all do me bad, man. Man, I don't want to try to win. I don't want to try to win. I don't want to win. I'm claustrophobic. I'm claustrophobic. I got anxiety. I don't want to do nothing to them.
I'll roll the window down.
Man, I'm scared as fuck, man. When I start breathing, it's gonna go off on me, man.
Pull your legs in.
Okay. Let me count to 3. Let me count to 3 and I'm going in. Please. I'm not trying to win. I'll get on the ground, anything. I can't stand this shit, man. He know it. Okay, can I talk to you, please?
Yes, you get in this car. We can talk.
I'm claustrophobic.
I'm hearing you, but you're not working with me.
God, I'm claustrophobic, man.
Come on over here. I'm going to pull you
Get
in.
in the car.
Get me in the front, please.
No, you're not getting in the front.
I'm claustrophobic.
Get in the car.
Okay, man, okay. I'm not a bad guy, man.
Get in the car.
I'm not a bad guy. Man. Please, officer. Please.
Take a seat.
Please, man. Please. No,
Take a seat.
I can't choke. I can't breathe, officer. Please.
Fine.
My wrist, man. Please. I can't take this, man. I can't. I'm on the ground.
Get in the squad.
I'm on the ground. I'm going down. I'm going down.
Get in the squad.
I'm going down. I'm not going to breathe. I know I can't breathe.
Talk to the blood. Take oxygen back. Not so heavy.
I just had COVID, man. I can't breathe. Please, man. Please listen to me.
Do you want to jail?
Listen to me.
He's under arrest right now for forgery.
I can't.
Okay, go through what's going on.
What?
Just take him out and just
For what?
MRE.
Please, man. I can't fucking breathe.
Here, come on out.
Look at you. Thank you.
Yeah, just when you get up
On the ground.
I appreciate that. I do.
You got your restraint? Hobble.
Yes, please. I can't breathe.
Jesus
I can't breathe.
Thank you.
I can't breathe.
Stop moving.
Mama.
Yeah.
Mama.
One of the front pouches.
Mama.
On my right side bag.
Mama.
EMS code 2.
You're the rest guy.
All right. Oh my God. I can't believe this. I can't believe this, man. Mama, I love you. Reese, I love you.
You got hobble?
My kids, I love them. I'm dead.
Mine's in my side. It's listed. It's labeled. It says hobble. It's on the
I
top.
can't breathe for nothing, man. It's cold-blooded, man. Mama, I love you. I can't do nothing. My face is gone. I can't breathe, man.
Okay.
Please.
All right.
Please let me stand.
No.
Please, man, I can't breathe.
Can you get up on the sidewalk, please? One side or the other, please.
My face getting bad.
Here, should we get his legs up?
Oh
Or
my
is this
God.
good?
Oh my God.
All right. Hopefully Park's still sitting on the car there. He was acting very little shady like she was in there. I'm assuming so. He wouldn't get out of the car. He wasn't following instructions. Yeah, it's across the street. Park's watching it.
Please.
2 other people with
Please,
him.
I can't breathe. Please, man. Please, somebody help me.
You can probably step it up then. You got it?
Sir, I'm showing you at 20:21 and 25 seconds, so 8:21 and 25 seconds. Based on your experience and training, do you have an opinion as to what that item is?
That's a body cam.
Please resume.
Please, man, somebody help me. Relax. I can't breathe.
You're talking.
You're talking fine.
Deep breath.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe. My body's so tired of me. Relax. Man, I can't breathe my face. Just get up.
He's got to be on something.
What do you want? I can't breathe. Please, the knee in my neck. I can't breathe shit.
Get up, get in the car, man.
I will. I can't move.
That is.
Mama.
You found a weed pipe on him. There might be something else with it. Might be like PCP or something. Is that the shaking of the eyes, right? Is PCP?
My knee, my neck.
Where their eyes like shake back and forth really fast?
I'm through. I got the movie. My stomach hurts. My neck hurts. Everything hurts. There's water or something. Please. Please. I can't breathe off of it. They will kill me. They will kill me, man. Takes a heck of a lot of oxygen. Come on, man. I cannot breathe. I cannot breathe. They'll kill me. They'll kill me. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
We tried that for 10 minutes.
Please.
You roll him on the side. Okay. I just worry about the delirium or whatever.
Well, that's probably really down what's coming.
Okay, that's false.
It's hard to talk when you're bro, but it's hard to talk to the ground. You're in a bum right now. You can get him off the ground, bro. You can get him off the ground, you get a bum right now. He enjoying that shit. He enjoying that shit. He a fucking bum, bro. He enjoying that shit right now, bro. You could have fucking put him in the car right now, bro. He's not consistent the rest of the shit. You enjoying it. Look at you. Your body language is fucking. Bro, I came after these dumbass dudes at the academy, bro. You know that's bogus right now, bro. You know he's bogus. You can't look at me like a man because you're a bum, bro. He's not even resisting arrest right now, bro.
Yeah, I think he's just passing out.
He's breathing right now, bro. You think that's cool? You think that's cool, all right?
There's all the posts available if you could start for an assault at North 2313 Washington Street.
That's all right, though.
Yeah, I mean,
Good so far.
my knee might be a little scratched, but I'll survive.
Stop breathing right now. He's
breathing. Hey.
Don't come over here. Don't come over here.
Up on the sidewalk.
Yeah, we need you to keep them distance. Yeah, you gotta have them come. Back off! Get off! Get off the street.
We'll roll him on the side.
He's not responsive right now, bro. Bro, look at him. He's not responsive right now, bro. Bro, are you serious? He's gonna
Going.
Is he breathing right now? Check his pulse. Check his pulse. Check his pulse, Kyle. Kyle, check his pulse. Kyle, check his pulse, bro. No, check his pulse, bro. He's what is that? What do you think that is? You call when he's doing okay? You call when he's doing okay. You call what you do. You call when he's doing okay, bro. Yes, I am. Bro, you think that's okay? Check his pulse. Kyle, check his pulse. Check. The man ain't moved yet, bro. The man ain't moved yet, bro. Bro, you're a bum, bro. You're a bum, bro. You're definitely a bum, bro.
3:30, EMS at Portland and 36, they were advised of
Bro, he has not moved.
Everybody's what?
A code 3. Acknowledge that. Okay, that's cool. Go back.
Not yet, we can see their updated location there.
Here we go.
Bro, he was just moving when I walked up. Bro, you can't get up. You can get back out. Bro, he's not fucking moving. Bro,
Not responsive right now. You guys might wanna.
Right now. Bro, fucking moving. Get off of his fucking neck, bro. Get off of his neck. Yeah, look at that, bro. Are you serious? You gonna keep it between your neck?
Should we get in the car? Get another car just for crowd.
Let's get him on. Kyle, you gonna let him kick that like that? You gonna let him kick that man in front of you, bro? Huh? Like what? Bro, he's not even fucking moving right now, bro. He's not even fucking moving, bro. Don't touch me.
Need this?
Let's go to 40.
You want one of us to ride with?
Yeah.
Sir, drawing your attention then to what's been marked as Exhibit 43, which is the body-worn camera footage of Officer King. I'll offer Exhibit 43.
No objection, Your Honor.
43 is received.
Publish Exhibit 43.
go.
Before they drive off, they talk about you. This is a fake bill from the gentleman.
The driver in there?
Which one?
The blue one over there. Which one? Yep.
Okay.
Something like that. All right. Squad 320, we're going to be out with Minnesota BRJ, Boy Robert John 026 at 38th Street.
I'm right here, bro.
All right, here. I appreciate that, man.
I'm cool, bro. I ain't, that's it.
Put your hand up!
Let me get over here, sir.
No, you're going to stay right there for me.
Okay. Just us, man. Me and you.
Now you got one more back here.
It's a lady.
It's a lady?
Yes, sir. Female. Giving us a ride. Trying to get a ride.
It's her car?
No, it's his other friend car, sir. She was giving her and I a ride.
Yeah. All right. So it's whose car? Your friend's car, you said?
It's his friend's car. Her name, I forget. Her name is I forgot her name, but I know his co-worker, and he was giving her and I a ride. This young lady right here.
Yeah.
And I a ride.
Okay.
And we were just waiting on him or whatever.
All right. You stepped here, or what stopped you here at Cup Foods?
I did business with Adam. I was trying to buy me a laptop.
All right.
And I did buy one, but it wasn't working.
Yeah.
So he gave me my change back. You can ask him. You can ask him.
Okay. Do you have your ID on you?
I can give one. How you doing, sir?
I'm good.
I'm just reaching your this.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I almost stay right here, bro.
Please,
Yep,
man.
I appreciate that.
Please, please. I didn't know, man. I didn't know.
But Adam knows me, bro.
Stay here. You take a seat in that car.
Yes, sir.
In the car.
Yes, sir.
Stop moving.
I'm not doing nothing.
Put your hands behind your back then.
I'm not gonna do nothing.
Face in the floor. Hey, you come back. Stay in the car. Stop resisting, man. Yes, you are. Stand up.
Please, man.
Stand up for me.
I want to go back.
Stand up.
I want to go back, man. I ain't gonna do that that wrong, man.
Come on, walk with me. Walk with me. Walk with me.
My feet, man. God damn, man.
Stand up.
Why you doing me like this?
Stand up.
God damn,
Come on.
man. I just want to stop doing it.
We're trying to get out of the street here so you don't get hit by a car.
That's it, man. I was looking, man. But I ain't doing it wrong. That's all I'm saying.
Take a seat. Sit down for me.
Thank you, man. Thank you, Mr.
Yeah,
Officer.
sit down.
Thank you, man. God.
Sit all the way down.
Yes,
Flatten
sir.
your feet out.
Yes, sir. I will. Please, man. Please, man.
You got an ID on you?
I got one at home.
All right, what's your name?
George.
George?
George Perry Floyd. I don't know what's going on. Man, that's it.
Spell it for me.
G-E-O.
Yep.
R-T-E.
Last name?
Floyd. Yeah, man. F-L-O-Y-D.
F-L-O-Y-D?
Yes.
Date of birth?
And last time I got him, October 14th.
October 14th?
73. Man, I got shot last on the same place, man.
If you mind doing me a favor, just run this
Nah,
back
man.
for me. George Floyd. Thank you.
Man, he was looking for officer. I don't want no problem. I ain't gonna do nothing.
Man, you know why we're here?
Why?
We're here because it sounds like you gave a fake bill to the individuals in there.
Yeah.
You understand that?
Yes.
And do you know why we pulled you out of the car? Because you was not listening to anything we told you.
Right, but I didn't know what was going on.
You listen to us and we will tell you what's going on, all right? When you're moving around like that, that makes us think way more is going on than we need to know.
Right. And that's all I had was officer.
Gotcha, all right. We're going to put you in the back of a squad, all right?
So, can I talk to you?
Yeah, we're going to sort all this out, all right?
Please, man.
Is that your car key?
It's my sister.
Key fob right there?
Yes, sir. Man, I got one problem.
Yeah, I'm going to hold on to that for you, all right? Stand up.
Please, man. All right. Can I tell you? Because I was so messing with this. I was like, right now, I'm like, what's going on?
Yeah, and look at you still able to reach your side. You're making me nervous.
That's why I was feeling. I was looking at my wrist. Look at it.
Yeah, I got you. We'll fix all that. We'll fix all that, but you got to walk with me.
Oh,
What are you on something right now?
No, nothing.
Because you acting real erratic.
Man, I'm scared, man.
Let's go.
God,
You got
man.
foam around your mouth, too?
Yes. Yes, I was just moving earlier.
Okay.
Man, what up? All right, let me calm down now. This feels a little better now. All right, okay. You do me one favor, man.
And we're going to talk about that once we get to the car. Stop moving around.
Man. Oh, man. God, don't leave me, man. Please, man, don't leave me, man. Oh, please don't leave me, man.
Yeah, just unlock the door for me.
I just beat it thing.
Hey. Stand up. Stop falling down.
I'm claustrophobic, man.
Stand up.
I'm claustrophobic.
Stay on your feet and face the car door.
Please, man. Please.
No.
Please.
Not yet. Keep the door open. Keep the door
I
open.
don't want to talk to you, man. Please, let me talk to you.
Man, you ain't listening to nothing we're saying, so we're not going to listen to nothing you're saying.
I'm claustrophobic.
Face the door.
Please, man. I'm claustrophobic.
I hear you, but you are going to face this door right now.
Stop. I'll do anything. I'll do anything. I'll do anything, man. I'm not a resistor, man. I'm not. You can ask him. They know me.
Check that side.
God, man, I'm going to do anything like this, y'all. Why is it going on like this? Look at my wrist, Mr. Olsen. I'm not that kind of guy.
Sit still.
I'm not that kind of guy. Please. I'm not that kind of guy, Mr. Olsen. Please. God. Please, man. Don't leave me by myself, man. Please. I'm just claustrophobic. That's it.
Got anything sharp on you?
I won't do the work job.
Do you have anything sharp on you?
Sir.
Not even like a comb or nothing?
Nothing. I don't have nothing. Why y'all doing me like that? I mean, I want to see you back in the window for me and stuff, man.
Stand up straight.
I'm claustrophobic for real, Mr. Olsen.
You got him?
Could you please crack it for me, please?
Yes, I'll
Remember my
crack
name.
it.
Stay
I
with me,
will.
man.
I will.
Please stay with me, man. Thank you. God, man. I didn't know all this was going to happen, man. Please, man. I just want my hands free. I don't do nothing of y'all, man. Nothing.
Hey, you get that inside in
And
the
I
pocket real
understand.
quick on your side?
Hey,
I'm listening.
And I understand that people do stuff and y'all don't know me.
Take a seat.
Okay.
Why are you having trouble walking?
Because my hands
Roll the
are
windows
hurt.
down, okay?
Please, man. Please don't do that.
Take a seat.
I'm going in. I'm going
No,
in.
you're not.
I gotta go in.
Take a seat.
Grab a seat, man.
Why y'all don't believe me?
Take a seat.
I'm not that kind of guy. I'm not that kind of guy, man.
Take a seat.
No, I'm a diet.
Take a
I'm a
seat.
diet, man.
You need to take a seat right now.
And I just had COVID, man. I don't want to go back to that.
Take a seat.
I'll roll the windows
No.
down. Hey, listen.
Dang, man.
Listen.
I'm not that kind of guy.
I'll roll the windows down
Please,
and you pull
man.
your legs in, all right? I'll
Y'all
put the air on.
God, look at that. Look
Look,
at
you're
that.
not even listening.
Look at it. Look at it.
We can fix this right now while you're standing out
Okay,
here.
man. God, y'all do me bad, man. Man, I don't want to try to win. I don't want to try to win. I don't want to win. I'm claustrophobic.
You ain't gonna win.
I'm claustrophobic. I got anxiety. I don't want to do nothing to them. Man, I'm scared as fuck, man.
You made a mistake somewhere.
When I start breathing, it's going to go off on me,
Get in
man.
there.
Pull your legs in.
Okay. Let me count to three. And I'm going in. Please.
You can't win.
Please, I'm not trying to win. I'm not trying to win. I'll get on the ground, anything. I
Get in the car.
Man. He know it. He know it too, Mr. Officer. Y'all hear me? Don't do me like that, man.
Get in the
Please.
car.
Okay, can I talk to you, please?
Yes, you get in this car. We can talk.
I am claustrophobic.
I'm hearing you, but you're not
man.
working with me.
God, I'm claustrophobic, man.
Get in the car.
Here, I'm gonna pull you.
Get in the
Can you
car.
put me in the front? Please.
No, you're not getting in the
I'm
front.
claustrophobic, Mr. Officer.
Get in the car.
Okay, man, okay. I'm not a bad guy, man.
Get in the car.
I'm not a bad guy. Man. Please, officer. Please.
Sit.
Please.
Take a seat.
Please, man. Please. No.
Take a seat.
I can't choke. I can't breathe, officer. Please.
Fine.
My wrist, man. Please. I can't. And I'm on the ground. I'm on the ground. I'm going down. I'm going down. I'm going down.
Get in the squad.
I'm going down. I'm going down. I'm not going to leave. Bro, you walked down a heart attack. I know I can't breathe. Get in the car. I can't go, man. I can't breathe. I
Take a
can't
seat.
breathe. Please, man. Please listen to me.
Is he going to jail?
Listen to me.
He's under arrest right now for forgery.
I tell you.
Can we figure out what's going on?
Forgery for what? Take him out. For what? Please, man. I can't fucking breathe.
Hey, come on out.
Look at you. Thank you. Thank you.
Get him down the ground. Yeah, on the ground. On the ground.
My wrist. Right.
You got your restraint? Hobbled?
Okay.
Okay.
I can't breathe.
I'll grab that. Get him.
Jesus. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Thank you.
I can't breathe.
Stop moving.
Mama. Mama.
Yeah,
Mama.
it's in the,
Mama.
one of the front pouches.
Mama.
On my right side bag.
Mama. Mama.
You're the rest guy.
All right. All right. Oh my God.
So now you go to jail.
I can't believe this. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. I can't believe this, man. Mama, I love you. Reese, I love you.
You got hobble?
Tell my kids I love them. I'm dead.
Mine's in my side. It's listed. It's labeled. It says hobble. It's in the
I can't
top.
breathe for nothing, man. It's cold blooded, man.
You're doing a lot of
Mama, I love you. I can't do nothing.
Yeah, EMS is on their way.
My face is gone. I can't breathe, man. Please. Please let me stay in.
No.
Please, man, I can't breathe.
Get up on the sidewalk, please. One side or the other, please.
My face kind of bad.
Here, so we get his legs up.
Oh my God.
Nope, just leave him.
Oh
Just
my
leave him.
God.
Leave him. Yep, just leave him.
All right.
I'm dead.
The park's still sitting on the car there.
Look at my face, man.
I'm assuming so.
I believe so. We found a pipe.
Get out of the car.
I hate you to
Mercedes.
Please.
Yeah, across the street, park's watching.
Please.
Two other people with
Please,
him.
I can't breathe. Please, man. Please, somebody help me.
Probably step it up then. You got it?
Please, man, somebody help me. Relax. I can't breathe.
You're doing fine. You're talking fine.
Deep
I
breath.
can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. My body's just tired this thing.
Relax.
Man, I can't breathe my face. Just get up.
What do you want?
I can't breathe. Please, the knee in my neck. I can't breathe shit.
Get up, get in the car, man.
I will.
Get up, get in the car.
I can't move. Mama.
Want a weed pipe on him? There might be something else with it. Might be like
I can't. I'm pissed.
Is that the
All right.
shaking of the eyes, right? Is PCP?
My knee, my neck.
Are their eyes like shaking?
I'm
back and forth
through.
really fast?
I'm through. I'm claustrophobic. My stomach hurts. My neck hurts. Everything hurts. Get some water or something. Please. Please. I can't breathe, officer.
Hey, do a lot of talking, a lot of
They
yelling.
will kill me. They will kill me, man.
Takes a heck of a lot of oxygen to
Come on, man. I cannot breathe. I cannot breathe. They'll kill me. They'll kill me. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
We tried that for 10 minutes.
Leave.
Roll him on the side.
No, stand put where you got him.
I just worry about the delirium or whatever.
Well, that's fine. Maybe I'm breathing.
Okay.
That's fine.
It's hard to talk when you're there, bro. But it's hard to talk on the ground. You're in a bum right now. You can get him off the ground, bro. You can get him off the ground. You can get a bum right now. He enjoying that. He enjoying that shit. He enjoying that shit. He a fucking bum, bro. He enjoying that shit right now, bro. You could have fucking put him in the car by now, bro. He's not resisting arrest or nothing. You enjoying it. Look at you. Your body language is crazy. You fucking bum. What? Yeah, I already know that, bro. I trained with half of these dumbass dudes at the academy, bro. You know that's bogus right now, bro. You know it's bogus. You can't look at me like a man because you a bum, bro. He's not even resisting arrest right now, bro.
I think he's just messing up.
He's breathing right now, bro. You think that's cool? You think that's cool, though, right? What's your...
This all has the closest available if you could start for an assault at next door to 2313 Washington Street.
All right, though.
Yeah, I mean,
Good so far.
my knee might be a little scratched.
I think that's cool, though, bro. You're a bum, bro. You're a bum for that. You're a bum for that, bro. You get mad. You see here, stopping his breathing right now. The dude's about to go out right now, bro.
He's breathing.
Bro. You just gonna choke him like that? What I know what you want to do. I'm not scared of you, bro. You fucking pussy ass dude, bro.
Don't come over here. Don't come over here.
Up on the sidewalk.
Yeah, we need you to keep some distance. Yeah, the ambulance coming.
He's not responsive right now. He's not responsive right now. He's not responsive right now. He's not responsive right now, bro. No, bro, look at him. He's not responsive right now, bro. Bro, are you serious? He's gonna just stand here with that on his neck, bro? Is he breathing right now? Check his pulse. Check his pulse. Check his pulse, Kyle. Kyle, check his pulse.
Suspect is sitting on 20 to 30 years old. The victim is crying, and the suspect has a gun. He's going to the good and
What is that? What do you think that is? You call what he doing okay? You call what he doing okay? You call what you doing? You call what he doing okay, bro?
Yes, I am from Minneapolis.
Bro, you think that's okay? Check his pulse.
Check his right
Kyle, check his pulse. Check. The man ain't moved yet, bro. The man ain't moved yet, bro.
He's not moving yet, please.
Bro, you're a bum, bro. You're a bum, bro. You're definitely a bum, bro.
About 3:30, EMS at Portland and 36. They were advised to
Bro,
close
he
their.
has not moved, not
Advised what?
one time.
I've called 3. Acknowledge that.
Copy. I was just giving you their updated location. They're around.
Bro, he was just moving when I walked up here. Bro, you just got out, you just got back out here, bro. You just got back out here. Bro, he doesn't have to, bro, he's not fucking moving. Bro, are you 1087, bro? You're a bum, bro, or 987.
12 and 222, the suspect is leaving in SEC. Unknown, going to going northbound. Back in the bus. 12 copies, do we have
Right now.
Bro, he's fucking moving. Get off his fucking neck, bro. Get off of his neck. Yes, look at that, bro. Are you serious?
Third precinct sergeant to acknowledge person with a knife going to criminal.
Get what the car is.
Let's get him on this.
And we're going to stop playing at that point. If you can take the image off the screen, please. Sir, the way the body-worn cameras work, they have an internal microphone. Is that right?
Yes.
And it's located fairly close to the officer, and you can hear, even with background noise, officers having conversations in conversational tones. They don't have to yell at each other. Is that right?
Correct.
There was also a body-worn camera footage taken from the camera issued to Officer 2 Tao. At this time, State offers Exhibit 49.
Any objection?
No objection.
49 is received.
And asked to publish 49.
Don't get in the car. He know it. He know it. Y'all hear me? Don't do me like that, man.
Get in the car.
Okay, I told you to please.
You get in this car. We can talk.
I am claustrophobic. I'm
hearing you.
claustrophobic,
You're not
man.
working with me.
God, I'm claustrophobic, man.
Get in the
Please,
car.
man.
Whatever you
Please,
in the
Can
car.
you get me in the front? Please.
No, you're not getting in the
I'm
front.
claustrophobic. I was
Get
in
in the car.
Okay, man. Okay. I'm not a bad guy, man.
Get in the car.
I'm not a bad guy.
You ain't gonna win.
Oh, man. Oh, please, please.
Take a seat.
Please, man. Please. No, I can't choke. I can't breathe, brother. Please.
You're talking.
Please.
Please sit down.
Fine. My wrist, man. My wrist, man, please. Okay. Let me lay on the ground. I'm gonna lay on the ground. I'm gonna lay on the ground. I'm gonna lay on the ground. I'm going down. I'm going down. I'm going down. I'm not gonna run, man. Right. I know I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
You're talking and you're not oxygen. Not so breathe.
I just had COVID, man. I can't breathe. Okay.
We're just gonna He's under arrest right now for forgery.
I can't.
What's going on?
What?
Let's take him out and just see him.
What? Please, man. I can't fucking breathe.
Hey, come on out.
Look at you. Thank you.
Lay him down.
Yeah, just so we get
On the ground.
I appreciate that.
Bro, you can't win, man. Now you worry. Right.
You got your, you guys got one? Straight.
Can't breathe.
Okay.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Not moving.
Mama.
Mama. Yeah.
Mama. Mama.
One of the front couches.
Mama.
On my right side back.
Mama. Mama. All right. All right. Oh my God. I can't believe. I can't believe. I can't believe. I can't believe, man. Mama, I love you. Reese, I love you. Get my kids, I love them. I'm dead. I can't breathe for nothing, man. It's cold blooded, man.
There you go. You're doing a lot of talking.
Mama, I love you.
Are we calling for
I
EMS?
can't do nothing.
Yeah, EMS is on their way.
My face is gone.
Well, do you want to hobble at this point then?
I can't breathe, man. Please. Please let me stand. No. Please, man, I can't breathe.
You get up on the sidewalk, please. One side of the road, please.
My face is bad. Oh my God. I'm dead. Oh. Look at my face, man.
Just to the south, 2100 14th Avenue South.
I ain't keeping this real. Please.
Across the street, parts washing.
Please.
Two other people with
Please, I can't breathe. Please, man. Please, somebody.
EMS coming code 3.
Probably step it up then.
Please, man, somebody help me.
Relax.
I can't breathe.
Everyone fine, you're talking fine.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
He's talking, so he's breathing.
My brother just died in his face.
Relax.
Man, I can't breathe my face. Just get up.
What do you want?
I can't breathe. Please, the knee in my neck. I can't breathe shit.
Well, get up, get in the car, man.
I will.
Get up, get in the car.
I can't move.
Wipe the whole. Get in the car.
Mama.
Get up.
Mama. I can't.
All
right. My knee. My neck. I'm through.
I know you in
I'm
that.
through.
You listen.
I'm claustrophobic. My stomach hurts. My neck hurts. Everything hurts. Get some water or something. Please. Please. I can't breathe, officer. They will kill me. They will kill me, man.
Takes a heck of a lot of oxygen. Bro, with your feet on his neck, man, you get off the
Come on, man.
Yeah, that's it. That's raw right there. With his feet on his neck, man. Yeah, you got your feet right on his neck.
I cannot breathe. I cannot breathe.
Tough guy. Tough guy.
What's that?
He's tough guy. He's not even resisting the
You know how long you fought with him? He's being held down.
They'll kill me. I can't breathe.
This is why you don't do drugs, kids.
I can't breathe.
He's talking, so he's fine. Okay. We tried that for 10 minutes.
Bum ass shit, bro.
Okay.
That's some bum ass shit, bro. Y'all know that. You don't gotta sit there with your knee on your neck, bro.
He's talking, he's fine.
Bro, he ain't.
Okay. All right, we're done.
You circle.
Okay, we're
like
done.
in a jiu-jitsu
We're
move,
done.
bro. You try
We're done.
his breathing right there, bro.
Okay.
Like, you don't think that what it is, bro? You don't think nobody understands that shit right there, bro? I trained at the academy, bro. That's some bullshit, bro.
You did. Okay.
Right,
Then do you
that's
understand?
bullshit, bro.
All right.
That's bullshit, bro. You fucking stopping his breathing right there, bro.
Okay, he's talking. It's hard to talk when you.
Bro, but
it's hard to talk if you're
ground.
if
You're
you're not
right
breathing.
now. You can get him off the ground, bro. You can get him off the ground. You being a bum right now.
Were you here the whole time?
He enjoying that shit. He enjoying that shit. He a fucking bum, bro. He enjoying that shit right now, bro. You could have fucking put him in the car by now, bro. He's not resisting arrest or nothing.
Talking now?
You enjoying it. Look at you. Your body language explains it. You fucking bum.
Bro, get the fuck off of here.
What? No, I already know that, bro. I trained with half of these bum ass dudes at the academy, bro. You know that's bogus right now, bro. You know it's bogus. You can't even look at me like a man because you a bum, bro. He's not even resisting arrest right now, bro.
That's what happens to the underground.
He's breathing right now, bro. You think that's cool? You think that's cool though, right? What's your badge number, bro? You think that's cool right now, bro? You think that's cool though, bro? You're a bum, bro. You're a bum for that. You're a bum for that, bro. You get mad. You're just sitting there stopping his breathing right now. The dude about to go out right now, bro. Bro.
Okay.
You just gonna choke him like that? Yeah, I know that's what you want to do. I'm not scared of you, bro. You're a fucking pussy ass dude, bro. What? Bro, look, well, you should check on him. He's not responsive right now.
Back off.
He's not responsive.
Get off the street before you're arrested. Okay. Can you indulge?
He's not responsive right now. He's not responsive right now, bro. No, bro, look at him. He's not responsive right now, bro. Bro, are you serious? You gonna just let him sit there with that on his neck, bro? Is he breathing right now? Check his pulse.
Have this conversation.
Check his pulse.
Okay.
Check his pulse, Tal. Tal, check his pulse. Tal, check his pulse, bro. Bro, check his pulse, bro. You bogus, bro.
Don't do
you
drugs,
bogus.
guys.
Don't do drugs, bro. What is that? What do you think that is? You call what he doing okay?
Get back
You
on the
call
street.
what he doing okay? You call what you doing? You call what he doing okay?
Are you really a firefighter?
Yes, I am
okay.
from Minneapolis.
Okay,
Bro,
then get on the sidewalk.
You think that's okay? Check his pulse.
Check his right
Child,
foot
check his
now.
pulse.
Get back on the sidewalk.
The man ain't moved yet, bro. The man ain't moved yet, bro.
Okay, where?
Minneapolis.
Okay.
Bro, you're a bum, bro. You're a bum, bro. You're definitely a bum, bro.
All right, we'll stop publishing at 20:26:34. Officer Chauvin also had a body-worn camera, is that right?
Yes.
And based on your review, is that the box that we saw underneath the car at one point in the encounter?
Yes.
That is at Exhibit 44, offer Exhibit 44.
44 is received.
Request to publish 44.
Yeah, it's a north side vehicle, Ilian Avenue.
Code 4. Copy, 320 South Code 4, 330 CBN at 2012. 310, cover yourself behind the property damage accident in 1924 Chicago at subway.
Oh, shut up till I get there.
All right, if you can take that down, please. Now I'm going to be asking you about some items that we will seek to admit without publication at this point. Officer Pluger is a sergeant at the 3rd Precinct. You're familiar with him?
Yes.
He was also issued a body-worn camera, and his footage is, there's footage that was captured of the incident that's offered as Exhibit 48.
No objection.
48 is received.
Then there's a number of still photographs that were taken from some of the footage that has been reviewed. At this time I'm going to offer these without seeking to publish, kind of in a group. Offer Exhibit 57, still photograph from Lane's body-worn camera at 20:30:41. Yes, sir. They don't. Is it on your thumb drive? I think in the first batch. One moment, Your Honor.
I can just take a look at it on there.
Or you can bring it up and. 57 is received.
Offer Exhibit 58, Lane's body-worn camera at 20:30:43.
58 is received.
Offer 59, Lane's body-worn camera at 20:30:47.
59 is received.
Offer Exhibit 60, Lane's body-worn camera at 20:30:59.
60 is received.
Offer 61, Lane's body-worn camera at 20:31:32.
61 is received.
Offer 62, Lane's body-worn camera at 20:33:12.
62 is received.
Offer 63, Lane's body-worn camera at 20:34:11.
63 is received.
Offer 64, Lane's body-worn camera at 20:35:08.
64 is received.
Offer 65, Lane's body-worn camera at 20:35:20.
65 is received.
Offer 66, Lane's body-worn camera at 20:37:18.
66 is received.
Offer 68, still from Tao's body-worn camera. No, this is not military time, 8:32:59.
That was 68.
That was 68, Your Honor.
68 is received.
Offer 69, Tao's body-worn camera at 8:32 and 6 seconds. I'm sorry, 8:33 and 6 seconds.
69 is received.
Offer 70, Tao's body-worn camera at 8:33 and 20 seconds.
70 is received.
Offer 71, Tao's body-worn camera at 8:34:48.
71 is received.
Offer 72, photograph from King's body-worn camera at 20:33:57.
72 is received.
Offer 74, Lane's body-worn camera, 20:38:22.
74 is received.
Offer 195, still photograph from defendant Chauvin's body-worn camera at 20:18:18.
195 is received.
Offer 196, Tao's body-worn camera at 20:18:30.
196 is received.
Offer 197, Tao's body-worn camera at 20:18:40.
197 is received.
Offer 237, photograph from King's body-worn camera at 20:17:45.
237 is received.
Offer 238, defendant Chauvin's body-worn camera at 20:18:18.
238 is received.
Offer 239, Tao's body-worn camera 20:18:40.
239 is received.
Offer 240, King's body-worn camera at 20:19:27.
240 is received.
Offer 241, Lane's body-worn camera at 20:19:53.
241 is received.
Offer 242, King's body-worn camera at 20:23:50.
242 is received.
Offer 243, Lane's body-worn camera at 20:26:33.
243 is received.
Offer 244, King's body-worn camera at 20:26:55.
244 is received.
For 245, Lane's body-worn camera at 20:28:23.
245 is received.
Now to exhibit 248, Lane's body-worn camera at 8:27:41.
248 is received.
Yes. And then one final body-worn camera exhibit to offer and for publication. That's relatively short, Your Honor. Exhibit 45 is another segment of Defendant Chauvin's body-worn camera.
Any objection?
No objection.
45 is received. May be published.
Seek to publish 45.
You can't win. I'm not trying to win. Go and get in the car then. I'll be on the ground, anything. Go and get in the car. Get in the car. He know it. He know it too, Mr. Officer. Y'all hear me? Don't do me like that, man. Please. Okay, can I talk to you, please?
So you get in this car, we can talk.
I am claustrophobic.
I'm hearing you, but you're not working with me.
God, I'm claustrophobic right there, man.
Get in the car.
Get me in the front. Please.
No, you're not in the front.
I'm claustrophobic, Mr. Officer.
Get in the car. We're going to pull you in.
Man, okay? I'm not a bad guy, man.
Get in the car.
I'm not a bad guy. You ain't gonna win. Man. Please, officer. Please. Please, man. Please.
Pull him in.
No. You take the seat.
Pull him in.
I can't choke. I can't breathe, officer. Please.
Fine.
My wrist, man. My wrist, man, please. No, I can't take that, man. I can't. I'm gonna lay on the ground. 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 I'm going down. 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 I'm not going to
And then we've reached the point where, based on your experience and observation, that the camera is now on the ground underneath the vehicle. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Mr. Nelson?
Yeah. All right, Lieutenant Rugel, you just have a seat. There's some other things we have to deal with. But members of the jury, we're going to excuse you for the night. And so we are going to be in recess as far as you're concerned until roughly 9:15 or 9:30 tomorrow. Simply follow the sheriff's deputy's instructions, and we will see you tomorrow. be seated. All right, Mr. Nelson, did you want to proceed? Record should reflect we're outside the hearing of the jury for an offer of proof. Mr. Nelson.
Thank you. Your Honor, as we discussed previously, the state has shortened certain body-worn cameras. I have, as an offer of proof, more extensive copies of both the milestone as well as the body-worn cameras. For purposes of the offer of proof, I do have a few questions for Lieutenant Rugel.
You may proceed.
Lieutenant Rugel, in terms of the milestone cameras, during the course of viewing them, we see the camera turning.
Yes.
Someone was operating that camera at that time, correct?
Correct.
So someone was monitoring the camera and they were the ones that were turning it?
Yes.
And then when you saved that footage, or when the MPD saved that footage, that was not something that was happening. It was recorded, essentially, right?
Right. Once it's recorded, you can't change it.
Now, as far as the clip that we saw, you'd agree that that's a shortened version of the entire piece of evidence that was gathered by the MPD?
Yes.
Now, in terms of the software capabilities of the milestone camera, you're familiar with how that operates?
Yes.
And you would agree that the software that runs the milestone is different than the software that was used to show that clip?
Yes.
Okay. For purposes, Your Honor, if we could show the witness or even display it since the jury is not out. But even in terms, this is what the player looks like for the milestone system?
Correct.
And you are able to go through this, excuse me, you were able to scroll through the time that was saved?
Yes.
The pink bar at the bottom, would that indicate the time that was saved?
Yes.
And anything that happened prior to that where it's black, or subsequent to that where it turns black again, would be gone, right?
Yes.
All right. Now, you can this player also has some other capabilities such as zooming, right?
Yes.
So we can actually take this and move the camera around. Correct?
Yes.
So it has like this compass rose that allows you to manipulate where the camera is, as far, or where the image is enlarged within the original video.
You're zooming within the video now,
right?
As opposed to with the camera.
Okay. You also have the ability here to play it in different speeds.
Yes.
Is that correct? So I could play it at as high as 16 times the original speed?
Correct.
So it goes much faster, as we see on the screen?
Yes.
As well as we could slow it down to as much of quarter time, right?
Yes.
All right. So if I just put this back to regular speed, and then scroll, for example, you can actually zoom this in or zoom it out, as we discussed earlier.
Yes.
As well as manipulate the angle to see as much of whatever was captured within the field of the camera's vision, right?
Yes.
All right. And the total time that you gathered was from approximately 7 o'clock p.m., I believe, until you said about 11?
I think that's what it was, yes.
All right, let's just verify. And so, as far as, scan this for here.
10
p.m.
Yes.
So from 7 to 10 to 3 hours, right?
Yes.
All right. Now, with respect to the body-worn cameras, does the MPD also maintain the, we can turn the screen off, Your Honor. Does the MPD also maintain body-worn camera footage for the Park Police? Or does Park Police have their own unit that does that?
They have their own system.
In terms of the body-worn cameras, when an officer is on duty, there are certain circumstances under which they can shut them off as their, whatever the policy is, right?
Yes.
All right. And you're familiar with the policy?
Yes.
But there are certain times that officers are required to have them on as well.
Yes.
Right? And so an officer may, in the course of interacting with his partners or talking with various people, he or she may turn off the body-worn camera at a certain time, right?
Yes.
And then once the circumstances change and they're required to turn their camera back on, they hit it, and every time they turn it off and on, it creates a different segment of video. Is that
correct? With a buffer.
With a buffer, with the 30-second buffer each and every time.
Yes.
And so when we're watching the videos and we see that first 30 seconds, and then all of a sudden you see them hit it, and that's when the sound comes on. It actually goes backwards 30 seconds, right?
Right.
Okay, but sound would not be captured.
Not during the buffer, right?
The 30-second buffer. But so when an officer routinely handles a call and they go to save that body-worn footage, it's not always necessarily one continuous video segment. It may be several segments, right?
Correct.
And in this particular case, I believe with respect to each of the 4 officers thus far, there were multiple segments of each officer's body camera.
I know more than one. I don't.
Right.
Sure. Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
I'm not. I could look and give you the specific numbers, but so if we look at a file folder that has Mr. Chauvin's body-worn cameras, and there were 3 segments, that would be representative of 3 times that he turned it off and on.
Yes.
And they all would have the same case number, and each officer may have more than one segment of time captured.
Yes.
All right. I have no further questions for the purposes of foundation. Your Honor, for the record, I have a flash drive for the court's consideration that contains the totality of the 4 officers' body cameras. It has the totality of the milestone system. Let me ask you one quick question, Lieutenant. I apologize. The milestone camera, in order to operate that, it appears from the instructions you actually need to save it onto the desktop of a computer. Are you familiar with that?
To operate it?
To run that player?
You mean downloaded video?
Yes.
To someplace, yes. You need to save it.
Okay.
You can save it to a thumb drive, and then we put it up into evidence.com.
Right. I guess what I'm saying is, like, when I get it, I got a specific instruction that I had to save it on my desktop in order to run the player. Have you heard that?
I believe I've run them from a thumb drive.
Okay. I wasn't able to do that.
Okay.
So for the court's consideration, I would suggest copying. You may find it easier to run the milestone if you save it onto your desktop. I would note, Your Honor, and I don't know if the state is intending to object as on foundational purposes, but it is the defendant's intent to call Peter Chang, the Minneapolis Park Police officer. On the thumb drive also is Peter Chang's body-worn cameras. If there are foundational objections, I would appreciate knowing that. Alternatively, you may want to view that if there are admissibility objections.
Are you going to object on foundation grounds?
I don't anticipate that, Your Honor. Let me review the issue, but I don't see a reason to object on foundational grounds, but substantively, there will be some objections.
All right, and when do you want to deal with this? Is for your case, correct?
It is for experts, both with respect to use of force considerations as well as medical issues.
All right. When would you like to actually argue this? Tomorrow morning, or
is today Wednesday?
Thursday or Friday is fine with me.
Could we do it Friday morning, Your Honor?
Sure.
And then
Let's do that Friday at 9 a.m. then.
At 9 on Friday?
Yes. I don't think it should take longer than that. Okay. Anything else for the record, though, before we adjourn?
Only that I'll offer the thumb drive as a court exhibit for purposes of consideration.
Yeah, we'll mark it as a court exhibit essentially for an in-camera review or as an offer of proof pursuant to the motion to admit the entire...
And Your Honor, then just for the record, I think that this was initially posed as an objection to our exhibit, and you received that those exhibits subject to that objection. It seems that this is more of an affirmative offer in his case, and so I'd ask the court to overrule the objection and receive all of the exhibits we've offered today substantively.
With respect to the objection that I did make earlier, it was just to note I have no objection to the court receiving those items formally, but I would also be offering these.
All right. I'll receive all the exhibits that were provisionally received as formally received, and we'll deal with the admissibility of the new court exhibit and its components on Friday at 9 a.m.
Thank you, Your
All right. Anything else for the record?
Honor. No, not for the state. Thank you.
Lieutenant, thank you. Thank you. You can step down. All right. We're adjourned until, do we need 9 o'clock? Let's do 9 o'clock tomorrow just in case any motions pop up in the meantime. 9 o'clock tomorrow, 9:30 for the jury is most likely. Thank you.